Hello, this is the first part of Far From Home by Neon Thangetsu. Link will be in the description. All author's notes have been removed between chapters. Also, any explicit NSFW scene will be removed. This part will cover Chapter 1 to 7. Chapter 1, Salutations. Did you have a nice nap? Nap? Yes! You were asleep for a very long time. We thought you'd never wake up. Where am I? What year is it? You are in Atlas, friend. What's an Atlas? Tilda, Hearts of Steel Weave made a remarkable discovery. Well, I suppose you could say the SDC made said discovery. It was their mine, after all, and their workers that uncovered this. But I digress. This is the scientific find of the century. A young man frozen in the ice. Not only that, but buried beside the bones of a great beast. All of Atlas is buzzing about this. Can you believe it? I certainly can't. I've been asked to have a look at him, and initial tests have proven promising. He's thousands of years old. Who could he be? What secrets might he hold? Why fascinating? Utterly fascinating. This discovery will change all of Remnant. For the better, I hope. It's already given me some ideas in regards to repairing Penny. In any case, glory to Atlas. 0.0, that young man is our property. Schnee property! It was the Schnee Dust Company that found this young man and the bones of that beast. My resources that dug him up and my family that should reap the rewards. Any discoveries made should benefit our family first, Atlas second, and the rest of the kingdoms third. In that order. What do I care if he's alive or dead? Dissect him, cut him up, and see what he's made of. If they won't, well, perhaps my daughters may be useful for something after all. The wealth of Atlas is my wealth, after all. Glory to Atlas. 0.0. A medical marvel has fallen into our lap. This boy is, I don't even know how to describe him. Magic? I never believed in it. But seeing this, while he has yet to wake, his body, what remains of it, heals at a prodigious rate. Tissue samples have been taken. Tests were conducted. His blood alone heals others. Actually heals them! It actively restores cells and promotes cellular regeneration on a level we've never seen. The medical applications alone are staggering. He could be the cure for so many things. The bones of the beast he was found has proven another mystery. Are harder than any metal we can produce. They're virtually indestructible. Judging by the skull, we think it might have been a fox. How does such a creature grow so large? It's been weeks now. He still hasn't woken, but I'm determined to see him treated ethically if nothing else. Palendia has requested that we reactivate Project Steelheart. I've authorized it. With luck, these implants ought to reinforce his organs and help him recover before he wakes. If he wakes. He was badly wounded when we found him, and some parts of him simply cannot be recovered. Is it wrong that a small part of me pities him? He's been asleep for a terribly long time now. Whoever he was, whoever he has been, wherever he hails from, it's probably long gone. I suspect that when he does wake, he will be frightened. Confused, possibly even angry with us. But we cannot let him die. Not when it is within our power to save him. We must. We can save him. We can rebuild him. We have the technology. What would you think of him, Ozpin? I wish you were here, old friend. Sentiment aside, Atlas needs this young man. He could be the key to everything. Perhaps even destroying Salem once and for all. He's begun to show signs of life now. I've tasked the ASOPs with watching him around the clock, while we have every reason to believe him harmless. Forewarned is forearmed, as they say. For all we know, he may not speak our language. Regardless, we'll be taking him off the breathing tube tomorrow. From there, we'll see if he's able to sustain himself. If not, the tube goes back in. I do hope he wakes up. He's attracted a lot of attention, and not all of it good. We cannot keep this under wraps forever. Sooner or later, the enemy will take note of him. May he wake before that day. Glory to Atlas. 0.0. Please, wake up! Naruto didn't want to. After so many years spent in silent slumber, the pain that came with breathing, let alone opening his eyes, was almost too much to bear. Like 1,000 tiny, needless stabbing at his retina, so too did he flinch away from them. Of course he did. Only a lunatic stared into a bright light without blinking. Please wake up! An unfamiliar voice nudged at him anew. Open your eyes if you are able. He squinted against it and groaned. His throat felt dry, scratchy. As if he hadn't had any water in months. Impossible. He'd just been... Where had he been, anyway? When he reached for it, The memory slipped through his fingers like a slipper eel, leaving him grasping a nothing. You have to get up. The voice prodded at him again. They are coming for you. If you remain here, you will be killed. His limbs felt heavy, as if they were weighed down by some impossible force. Please. It begged. I do not wish for you to die. Wake up. Die? A small, distant part of him stirred. Some semblance of self emerged from the void. No, he didn't want to die. Dying was bad, right? He wanted to live. But his body was slow, sluggish. When he tried to breathe, he found himself gagging, retching for air. Distantly, he heard voices. He's waking up. Well, of course he was. More sedatives. Damn it! Keep him under! A fresh wave of nauseating dizziness hit the whiskered warrior, driving him back under. He would have succumbed, were it not for gentle presence in the back of his mind buoying him. Something reached deep inside him and lifted him back up, even as his mind threatened to spiral back down again. They were trying to keep him asleep? Why? An ember of anger ignited in his chest as he fought back. Fury lent him strength, and he thrashed his way out of the cotton-swaddled haze they were trying to trap him in. They're not working. A note of panic now. We've given him enough to drop a Goliath. The beginnings of a snarl built in the back of his throat. Panic warped into sickly fear. What do we do? In desperation, Naruto flung out a call to an old friend. Kurama? A little help? Silence reigned supreme and the blonde balked. No. No! He couldn't be gone. He just couldn't. Some remnant of his was still there, but of his old friend he heard, felt, absolutely nothing. Nothing at all. Not a thing. His absence left a profound, heart-cracking sadness in its place. Kurama couldn't be dead. He was invincible, eternal, immortal. And yet the truth stared him in the face. His fingers began to twitch. Just kill him already, someone snarled. We're not getting paid enough for this kind of heat. Rage ignited deep within his chest, lending his eyes an otherworldly glow. It burned through him in a rush of heat, pushing the last of the drugs from his veins. A clawed hand broke its restraints and flailed wildly. It found purchase. Flesh. Someone screamed against the palm of his hand. Maybe he should have felt guilty about that. He didn't. Hand became fist as he squeezed. Something crumpled in his grasp, spattering his whiskered visage in strange wetness. He didn't know what it was. Didn't care. Because he still couldn't see. Someone screamed nearby. Close. Too close. There is a tube in your mouth. The voice informed him as his lungs began to spasm. Remove it or you will suffocate. I will guide you. Reach up to your right and pull. Now. Naruto did as he'd been bade and found purchase once more. Then he yanked. Hard. There was pain and then there was pain. Red-hot agony seared through the Jinchurika's chest to burn his world black. He coughed harshly against it, expelling blood as he tore himself free and tumbled off the table. By the sage, the pain. His healing factor was quick to throw itself into overdrive, but it did nothing to numb the pain searing through his throat. He coughed again, expelling a lungful of viscera. Those damn voices were shouting at him now. He could scarcely hear them for the ringing in his ears. Something slammed into his back. It felt like a knife. It grated off something sharp. His head snapped up. A whimper echoed behind him. What is he? On your left? Yet again he trusted in the voice and spun, sweeping his legs. Someone yelped. A body crashed to the floor. He followed the sound and pounced on it, colliding with something. The knife skittered off his back again, and he hastily summoned a Rasengan to his palm and smashed it forward. His attacker screamed. Something spattered his face again, and hands grasping at his back fell slack. He stepped back, and a wet thud echoed somewhere him. Naruto ignored it and stumbled upright, flailing blindly. Die, you damn human! Someone snarled. Die! 3 quick impacts slammed into Naruto's back, nearly causing his legs to buckle. A gasp tore from him, stealing his breath away. He wanted to curl up into a ball. I have you. Instead, he grit his teeth as burning sensation came on again. He couldn't see them, but he could feel it in his mind's eye, wounds closing, flesh rippling as his back knitted itself back together. He heard a whimper, words little more than garbled gibberish. An oddly pungent aroma filled the air, and he wrinkled his nose at the scent. Someone had soiled themselves. It wasn't him. Really? He croaked the word, alarmed at just how hoarse his voice sounded. Did you just piss yourself? Your eyes are still recovering. The voice informed him, close enough to touch. They should be back in 3, 2, 1. All at once, the world swam back into focus. Blurry at first, then with increasing clarity, reality welcomed him back into the fold. He soon wished it hadn't. With his sight restored, Naruto was blind no longer. Small wonder he hadn't been able to see earlier. He'd overloaded his eyes. He found himself stood in the center of an operating theater, all white and blindingly bright. The harsh light from the ceiling didn't help. Neither did the blood he stood in. Red, so much red. It was everywhere. It spattered the walls, the ceiling, and even himself. Bits of bone and broken bits stuck in his hair. His stomach lurched, gorge rising before he managed to master it. This was his doing, he realized. He did this. He had killed them. Strangely enough, he couldn't bring himself to feel any guilt about it. They, whomever they were, had tried to kill him. There had been 3 of them. By the work of his hands, now there was but one. A lone man in mismatched armor regarding him, covered in the blood of his companions. He wore a white mask over his eyes, concealing his identity. Were those ears? Atop his head? As the blonde looked on, he crawled toward the door with a mangled leg, trying to escape. White Fang, his erstwhile ally informed him. They broke into the lab. I believe they were searching for you. Him? What for? Why me? He muttered. I do not know why. Well, there was one way to find out, wasn't there? He started forward, a grimace tearing across his face. His attacker saw it and turned bone white. The man's mouth worked wordlessly for a few moments before he found his voice. Even then it was little more than a terrified, keening cry. Monster! The man gibbered, trying to raise his weapon. Naruto battered it out of his hands and snapped it over his knee. The ruined halves sailed over his shoulder to join the mess behind him, producing an awful racket. The revived shinobi ignored it, reached down and grabbed a fistful of the man's ruined jacket. In a single seamless motion, he hauled him to his feet, leaving him dangling in the air. Gloved fingers scrabbled uselessly at his fist. Who sent you here? He demanded. The grunt spat in his face. I'll never tell you. Wrong answer. Naruto moved, cocked a fist with silent intent, producing an audible pop. All right, his victim wailed. I'll talk. It was a man with a moustache. He told us to come here. Gave us the codes and everything. Why? For a moment the man clammed up, fear overriding common sense. The sight of bloody clawed fingers left him babbling like a terrified child all over again. Naruto felt it all. Every negative emotion, his fear, his dread, his hatred for all things human. Terror overpowered it all, and the words came crashing down. He sent us for you. Limp legs kicked out uselessly against his chest. We were supposed to kill you. Something hardened deep inside him. Wrong answer. Naruto slammed him against the wall. Once. Twice. 2 blows rendered the White Fang member, what the hell that was, a silent, stunned mess. A third put him under for good. The body went slack in his grasp, beaten into unconsciousness. Naruto dropped him and left him with his fellows. He'd live. There were more pressing concerns. Have to move. Have to get out of here. Too claustrophobic, too. He made it all of 5 steps before the pain hit him again. His knees buckled, and he slammed a fist into the floor to catch himself. It wasn't enough. Now that the adrenaline had worn off, every injury came crashing back in a red tide. After so long being still, even the concept of standing threatened to sap his very soul. His throat closed and burning tears seared at his eyes. A wordless hiss fleeing from his lips. This was a deeper kind of pain. Something was wrong. Something was broken deep in his very being. He couldn't think. Couldn't breathe. Couldn't even move. Would you like me to numb it? Yes. Every breath was weak. Please, just make it stop. A strange numbness settled over him, easing his agony. Not stopping allowing him to straighten his back and push in the silence that followed, he took a deep, shuddering breath to steady himself. But with silence came confusion, and with confusion, yet more questions. Where was he? How had wound up here? Why were people trying to kill him? Nothing made a lick of sense. Look. He licked dry, cracked lips. Whoever you are, thanks for the assist. I would have died without your help back there. Your gratitude is noted. Now that he listened, the voice sounded rather like a young girl. I am glad I could assist. Where are you? He squinted against the harsh light. I can't see you. No, came the denial. I am here. Naruto looked left. Naruto looked right. Naruto found nothing but empty air. I don't see anyone. You using a radio or something? I am not. Another denial. He gulped. Then where the hell are you? I am a part of you, currently in your spinal column. His heart skipped a beat. Now I am sending nanites into your bloodstream to repair your injuries and alleviate the stress on your chakra coils. A pang of fearful anger stabbed Naruto's hope in the heart. Panic flared. He stamped it down. No. Stop! Don't freak out. Fear was the enemy. This voice had helped him. That made it an ally, right? And apparently it was a part of him too. Great. Nothing wrong with that. It didn't bother her. Nope. Not at all. Not a bit. It bothered him a lot. He'd reach his share of books. He knew how this ended. Terror gibbered again, and this time he found a good grip on it and throttled it into oblivion. Calm. Deep breaths. In. Out. In. Out. You're inside me. He had to speak slowly lest he burst into hysteric laughter. Correct. Their reply was flat. Does this distress you? A little, yeah. Do you have a name? I am Steel, he groaned. What does that mean? It stands for Sentient, Task-Minded, Empathetic Life Form, at your service. Somewhere, somewhen, somehow, Naruto's broken mind plucked humor from the jaws of despair. You're missing an E in there somewhere. Even then, he couldn't help but state the obvious. You realize that, right? You are correct. Had his guest, Parasite, possessed eyes, he suspected she would have rolled them. I do not understand the acronym myself. Names seldom make sense in Atlas, I've found. Originally, I was to be called Steelheart, but Father disliked that name. Thus, Steel was given to me as my moniker. Atlas? The hell was an Atlas? I'll just call you Steel, then. It pleased him. Thank you. I prefer that name. Still doesn't tell me who you are or what you're doing here. My creator was Pietro Polendina. A pause followed when he didn't respond to the name. I was designed by him to ensure and maintain your vital functions until such a time as you awoke. Your spine was broken. I did my best to repair it. Rest assured, Father was most thorough in my design. Nothing was left to chance. Have I succeeded in aiding you? Naruto bit down another surge of panic, looked away from the blood on his hands, and willed himself to breathe. Well, he was alive. Big honking gaps in his memory and a lot of pain, but alive nonetheless. Surely that counted for something. Even if Kurama was gone. No, he couldn't be. Maybe the big bastard was just sleeping. He could still sense negative emotions. That had to mean something. It must mean something. To think otherwise threatened to send his already fragile psyche careening off a cliff. Yeah, he muttered. Guess you did. Did that voice just squeal? Capital. I'm so glad I could assist you. A niggling worm of fear burrowed into his chest. You're not controlling me, right? Can you? I cannot. Steele denied all his doubts with a happy chirrup. Safeguards have been put in place. Even were I able to do so, I would not. Father would be cross with me. He felt a ghostly tap against his nose, more a phantom sensation than anything. I was placed in your body to prevent your heart from shutting down, but I am here to learn as well. Well, that sounded decidedly less ominous than he thought. I wish to know what it means to be human, she confessed. I asked for this. I'm a bit of a bad example there. Naruto wrinkled his nose. Wait, so this Pietro guy is really your The doors slammed open, cutting him off. 5 individuals emerged, and he whirled to meet them with a snarl. Sharp eyes took stock of them at once. 2 girls. 3 men, all of varying size and appearance. Military uniforms all, and didn't that just set him ill at ease? They looked as startled to see him as he did them. Or maybe that was just the blood and bits of brain in his hair irk. Gag reflex. Don't think about it! Holy shit, one of the men whispered. He made mincemeat out of them. Like looking at a damn blender, another whispered. Naruto drew back. Are they enemies? Those are the Aesops, and I do not know, his erstwhile ally confessed, a rare note of hesitation threading into her voice. This attack may have been limited to these 3 men, or its treachery may run deeper. They reacted quickly, that is all I can say. Just a moment. I'll hack into the database to ascertain their purpose here. Wait, what's a hack? I do not have time to explain. You were unconscious for months after being thawed. I grew bored. I'll be but a moment. And then she was gone. It was a strangely disconcerting feeling, being left alone in the world again. Naruto wasn't sure he liked it, One of the soldiers stepped forward, hands splayed to show himself unarmed. He took in brown hair, sharp green eyes, and was that a fishing rod on his back? Odd choice for a weapon, that. The man wore an easy smile, one tempered by anxiety. This man was afraid of him. Even if he did well to mask it, he sensed it all the same. Easy there, friend. Those jade eyes pierced him. No need to be so tense. Not your enemies. Just calm down. Friend. Paranoia reared its ugly head in Naruto's heart, and he reared back. Friends don't hook friends to an operating table. Where the hell am I? That's classified. The short woman stepped up beside the first. Come with us, Asset. Naruto stepped back. The man rounded on her with a hiss. Harriet! What does it matter, Clover? She shrugged. He's a nobody. Any sense of relief Naruto might have felt evaporated in that moment. Resolve hardened in his heart. Asset. Even he knew the meaning of that word. Orochimaru used to call his test subjects that, and while this Clover fellow didn't seem the sort, it drew all sorts of unfavourable comparisons. He should know. He'd seen some of those poor bastards. Bile burned in the back of his throat, and his eyes flashed. Well, this nobody is leaving, he declared, pushing past them. Get out of my way. Someone, Harriet, grabbed at his elbow, stopping him short. And where do you think you're going? Anger unspooled in Naruto's chest, and he nearly struck her on the spot. Where was he going? He wanted to go home. He wanted a nice steaming bowl of ramen. He wanted to sink into his bed and pretend this was all just a bad dream, some mad work of fiction penned by a madman. But it wasn't, and he couldn't, and so he reeled himself back in. Slowly, purposefully, he drew his arm out of Harriet's grasp. She wasn't able to stop him, even as he turned to face her. Clover could have taken advantage of his exposed flank in that instant, could have struck at his back while he was distracted. He didn't. Thank the sage for small mercies. I am going to walk out that door. He stabbed a finger toward the blood-spattered frame and the 3 operatives guarding it. Through you, if I have to. It did not get the reaction he wanted. Her eyes narrowed on his. Oh? Think you're man enough, Whiskers? His forehead slammed against hers. More than you, that's for sure. Harriet, for once in your life, shut up, Clover hissed. The largest of them readied a hammer. Look, kid, we don't want to fight. Move, Naruto warned again, a dark undercurrent cutting into his voice. Now, or I'll make you move. Weak though his body might be, his chakra reserves were still full to bursting. The ice had done nothing to take that from him. Maybe these uptight bastards wouldn't be so smug once they drowned in an ocean of shadow clones. Come hell or high water, he'd walk out of here. One way or another. Thus resolved, he took a stance and raised his hands, all but slamming his fingers together. A curious heat burned at the corners of his vision. He couldn't quite figure out what it was, save that it seemed to alarm those before him. What's wrong with his eyes? The hammer-wielding woman asked. It's almost like he's A red filter snapped down over Naruto's vision, startling him before he could hear her complete that sentence. Threat assessment complete, Steel chirped in the back of his head. I have returned. They were placed on standby here. Would you like to view my report? Yes? He hazarded. Something in the back of Naruto's battered brain twitched, and he felt a wave of information crash down over him. He nearly drowned in it. His eyes twitched, struggling to process it all. Unbidden, he felt his gaze lock onto one of the soldiers, the furthest one from the left. Maro Armin. Steel informed him briskly as he gaze settled upon the seemingly harmless soldier. Faunus. Weapon fetch! A versatile boomerang. He uses an immobilizing semblance. Cannot focus on multiple targets. Recommend immediate close combat before Naruto edged forward. It was the stone that set off an avalanche. Stay! With a yelp, the Faunus panicked and thrust a finger at him, that lone word cracking like thunder. His world froze. No, not the world, Naruto realized. Him. He was the one frozen. Every muscle locked up at once, leaving him rigid where he stood. It was like being trapped in the ice all over again, but worse. He was a human statue, one aware of everyone and everything, every second of immobility. Primal panic bleated in his chest, blotting out all sense. Before that, Steel finished with a sigh. Would you like to employ countermeasures? Naruto grit his teeth as the other 4 started towards him. One of them pulled out restraints. Yes, there will be pain. Just do it. Agony spiked in Naruto's skull, and quite suddenly, he found himself free. The Faunus recoiled in surprise. An eerie heat began to burn in his eyes. He gave himself to it, flung his right hand out and pushed. There couldn't be any other word for it. The act was pure instinct. A wave of invisible force scattered them like leaves, ripped Marrow from his feet and slammed him into a wall with bone-crushing force. Something crackled over his body in a series of sparks as he fell forward. He did not rise again. Aura levels holding at 5%. The muted sound of clapping filled his head. Target incapacitated. Well done. Marrow! Naruto reeled his hand back in, eyes wide. Wait, was that? You rat bastard! Harriet howled and dove at him in a bolt of light. I'll have your head. RWBY. Steel. Swooped in with more information. Weapon of choice, fast knuckles. Speed semblance. May I suggest an intercept course? Cheeky bitch calling him an asset. This time he felt a touch of confidence. Hit me. A confused pause followed. I cannot do that. I meant yes, damn it. Oh. Another pause. Please plant your feet, extend your arm, and lean to your right. 3 degrees, please. His body reacted accordingly. An oddly pale arm caught the operative by the throat, clotheslining her. That was all he had to do. Harriet's speed did the rest for him. A gurgle of surprise greeted him as she slammed into his outstretched limb. Then her own momentum lifted her up into the air, flipped her over his elbow, and slammed her down into the floor. A second series of sparks flew through the air. Her eyes rolled back in her head as she slumped. She did not rise again either. Aura levels at 2%. Operative Harriet has been knocked out. You'll pay for that. The muscles woman surged forward, swinging her arm in a devastating arc at his head. Elm Edirne, sure enough, steel, was quick to supply him as he dodged backward. Weapon of choice, Timber. Semblance, Aura roots. I recommend oomph. Naruto missed the rest as Timber came down on his head with incredible force. Stars burst before his vision, snapping his head down, but only for a moment. He surged back up a heartbeat later, seizing her weapon in a clawed palm before she could pull it away. Clawed fingers bit down, buckling the metal. Around them, the ground fractured, forcing the other operatives back. Oh. For a moment he thought he heard a note of surprise in L.Right_S voice just now. Never mind. He flung Elm's weapon up into the air and the woman with it as she foolishly held on. From there, he raised an arm and caught her by the left boot. She cried out in surprise, but he didn't give her time for anything more than that. In a single seamless movement, he spun and slammed her into the floor. Left, right, left again. A flick of his thereafter sent her screaming into the very same wall beside Marrow. She toppled out of it and lay across him, sprawled out in a stunned heap. Like a proud announcer, his tag-along proudly declared her defeat. Operative RWBY has been immobilized. Aura at 10%. The last two, perhaps realizing the mistakes of their fellows, closed in on him together. Vine Ziki. Stee. L.Right_S voice came quickly now as he backpedaled, fending them off with quick blows. Weapon of choice, Thorn. He seldom uses it. Semblance, Aura vines. A brief pause followed, and then, RWBY. Weapon of choice, deadliest catch. Semblance, good fortune. I advise close combat for both, or you could just do that. He grabbed them both by the face the moment they got close enough and smashed their heads against one another. Once. Twice. Aura crackled and they crumpled bonelessly at his feet. Just like that, it was done. Chest heaving, eyes wide, Naruto stood among the fallen. How did we do that? He rasped, flicking a bead of sweat from his brow. We picked them apart, like they were nothing. How? Tired, Steel slurred the words. Too much processing. Sleep. Without warning, her presence retreated from the forefront of Naruto's mind, leaving him alone with his thoughts once more. Frightful prospect, that. When he turned toward the door at last, he glimpsed his reflection in a glistening metal wall, one of the few left untouched in their conflict. What he saw there alarmed him. His face was not as he remembered, gaunt and pale from captivity, whiskered cheeks slightly faded. But despite that, he'd lost little of his muscle mass. Not a cause for concern, that. No, it was his eyes that frightened him. What in the blue hell is this? Violent violet flames fanned out from the edges of his gaze, lending him an almost demonic appearance. Actual flames! His eyes were on fire. Yet when he touched them, he felt no heat. When he peered closer, his worst fears were confirmed. His eyes weren't simply burning. Rather, they'd changed altogether. Gone were the sky-blue orbs he was so fond of. in their place where eyes he knew all too well. He'd seen them countless times, both in the face of ally and enemy alike. Rinnegan. Well, shit, he whispered, touching one hand to his face. How did I get these? Steel had no answers for him. Naruto blinked once, twice, thrice, and yet those rippling orbs did not change. When he looked down, he found strange silver lines threading through his flesh. They, too, were strangely warm to the touch. For all his earlier weakness, he felt strong, powerful. Even his skin was strangely warm, almost as if something were heating it from within. The hydraulic door opened again, and he rounded on it with an exasperated hiss. Not again! Hello? Glassy green eyes regarded him, set within a cherubic freckled face framed by long flame-coloured hair. How are you feeling? Violet eyes flicked over her. Clad in olive green-styled dress with a black hem and a white blouse, this girl looked utterly harmless. The rest of her outfit was much of the same, soft and gentle colours meant to please the eye. She even had a bow somewhere in there. He found himself relaxing just looking at her. Better yet, her smile didn't feel forced. In fact, now that he noticed it, he couldn't sense much of anything about her at all. Unfortunately for him, said Smile faded when she saw the bodies. Did you do this? She asked. Naruto raised his hands to ward off her attack. They attacked me. Even to his ears, the defense sounded weak. I wanted to leave. Imagine his surprise when she accepted it. Yes, we were informed of a break-in. Her head, but why are the Aesops laying on the floor? They're napping, he offered. Oh. She blinked, and he felt gately at once. Well, I do hope they wake up soon. That's no place to sleep. Was she really that naive? It was almost adorable. And worrying. Where am I? He asked at last. Who are you? You are in the kingdom of Atlas. The girl was all too happy to answer. Oh, and I am Penny. She clasped both hands behind her back and sketched a quick bow before straightening. Pleased to meet you. This is a secret laboratory sanctioned by General Ironwood. You were being kept here to recover while we studied you. You were studying me? The last word escaped him in a weak croak of sound. Why? To learn from you, of course. She chirruped, blissfully blind to his mounting anger. No harm was done to your body, despite the insistence of Mr. Schnee. Her nose wrinkled adorably. I do not like him. He wanted us to dissect you. The general refused. Thanks. Naruto wasn't sure he should be grateful at all. He could barely remember anything. Why did she remind him of the little sister he'd never had? No! Stop! Resist! Don't be distracted by the cute! I do hope you're comfortable, she continued once again, ignorant of his stress. His frown deepened. Why wouldn't I be? Your heart briefly stopped beating for some time just last month. Penny tilted her head a fraction to the right, and motion sent her hair swaying like a fiery curtain behind her back. I was under the impression humans needed that organ to live. When he proved too shocked to continue, she bulled on with that chipper smile of hers. Oh, but don't worry. We fixed yours. Here at last, her brow furrowed. Some additional implants were necessary, however. She is correct. Steele's voice returned at last. I was a part of said implants at the time. Naruto flailed his arms. Did you make me a robot? Negative. You are very much a creature of flesh. However, some of your organs failed while comatose. As my sister said, some cybernetic implants were required. Sister? He said the word aloud without thinking. Penny perked up. Are you talking to Steele? By any chance? Can she communicate with you? Hello, Tilda. By the log, this was weird. Yeah. He tapped his head. She's pretty chatty. He certainly felt different, stronger. Was that it, then? Had he simply been enhanced? He wasn't sure how to feel about that. His body was, well, his. Now he had a passenger and a number of strange modifications he didn't much understand. Thankfully, he still possessed all his limbs, even if he did feel unseasonably warm. Not an unpleasant heat, just warm. As if someone had lit a furnace deep inside his chest, leaving the heat to spread to the rest of his body, suffusing it with tingling heat. Like it or not, he was different now. Greater shocks were yet to come. The implants tend to run a bit hot at times due to stress, Penny informed him, perhaps sensing his distress. We're still working on that. He said humans may experience some discomfort. Wait. He paused, recalling her words. Aren't you human? Right. Penny hiccuped and looked away from him. I'm human. Definitely a normal human girl. Certainly not a robot. Nothing to see here. On a whim, Naruto dug a fingernail down into his palm. Yep, still bled red. That was something of a relief. "Penny," a new voice called behind the door. "What's all the racket?" Once more the door parted. Once more Naruto tensed. He needn't have worried. Rather than a second hit squad or another group of unruly soldiers, he found himself face to face with someone altogether less threatening. No dangerous killer was this, but an elderly man with dark skin and short, balding white hair. He wears a green cap with oval-shaped glasses and red vest over a cream shirt with a pink bow tie. His dark mustard pants and leather boots match with his cap and red-brown belt. He didn't even walk, but rather sat astride a strange walking chair of some sort. It shuffled into the room now, its 4 movable legs slowly plodding forward to meet him. A silver brow rose, but rather than sound the alarm, its owner merely sighed. My, you certainly don't do anything by half measures now, do you?" Just like that, the newcomer took one look at him and didn't deem him a threat. He didn't care for the ruined corpses, or the captives scattered to the 4 corners of the room. Nor did he express any outrage at the sight of the unconscious bodies of the ace ops sprawled about therein. If he felt threatened by the shirtless young man standing in the midst of them all, he did little to show it. Well, this is quite the pickle. He glanced down at Harriet and the rest. "I imagine they're going to be quite angry with you when they wake up." Naruto released a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. His blazing eyes dimmed. "Hello, father," Penny chirruped happily. "You look well. How's my girl treating you?" "Well, father." A rueful smile plucked at the corner of Naruto's mouth. Despite his earlier assertion, this was all too surreal for him. His mind, well, it didn't quite break, but it didn't want to accept the reality before him. This had to be a dream. It just had to be. The alternative, that someone had frozen him for thousands of years, that Kurama was dead, that he'd been left with a new voice in his head. Why, it was too much to bear. Perhaps that was a delusion on his part, some way for his mind to shield itself from all the horror he'd been through. He didn't know. Didn't care. "She's mouthy," he said instead. "I do hope you don't mind her intrusion." Pietro apologized profusely. "I had planned to give her a body once you were awake, but I was so busy repairing Penny at the time, then there was the matter with the blockade." He wrung his hands together fretfully. "Rest assured, what you're experiencing now was never meant to be a permanent solution. It doesn't have to be. She'll be out of your hair the moment you ask." Naruto coughed. "Shouldn't you be panicking?" "Oh, I am on the inside." Pietro dabbed a piece of pale cloth against his clammy forehead. "Rest assured, I'm absolutely terrified. You've made quite the mess. You could probably snap me in half, and no one would be able to stop you. Possibly Penny, but who's to say?" And still his gentle gaze conveyed none of the fear he surely felt. "But you won't attack us, will you? You're no murderer." Naruto looked away shamefaced and missed the NDT that followed. "If you were, Clover and his squad wouldn't be waking up and we wouldn't be having this conversation." Naturally. Steel drove the final nail into his coffin. "Of course. As expected of the person I picked. I hope to learn well from your example in the future. Now then, allow me to be the first to greet you properly." Pietro Polendina offered him a weathered hand. "Welcome to the world, son." Penny stepped in with a wide smile to clasp the other. Bright green eyes met his. "I hope we can be the best of friends." With a long-suffering sigh, Naruto squeezed her fingers. All right. Not making any promises." This was a right mess he'd gotten himself into, wasn't it? He must have cracked his head to have a dream like this. Terrorists, soldiers, robot girls, It sounded like something out of a madman's mind, not something he had ever thought his poor psyche would ever conjure up. Once again, that delusion shielded him, blinding him to reality. The truth hurt. The light of knowledge proved too painful for him to endure. So he buried it instead in willful ignorance. Buried it deep and prayed that it would stay there. Yep, definitely a dream. And if this was a dream, well, he could do whatever he wanted. So maybe, just maybe, he could enjoy it while it lasted, just for now. It wasn't as if the fate of the world was at stake or anything. What could possibly go wrong? Chapter 2. I've run the simulations. That young man has enough power to wipe Atlas off the map. And you want to dissect him? Are you mad? Tilda. Souls of Iron General Ironwood was a man on the edge. From what little Naruto had been told of him, it sounded like one good shove would send him tumbling over that edge. A man like that probably had a lot on his plate. Politics, bureaucracy. Yeah, Naruto wasn't looking forward to this meeting. Clad in a dark blue tunic with matching slacks and a dark gunmetal grey jacket, he was warm if nothing else as he followed Penny down the hall. He could be thankful for the change of clothes, at least. It was a far cry from the hospital gown he'd woken up in. Likewise, his new boots were of solid wintry make and fit him like a glove. Now, if only his outfit had more colour, maybe some orange or red. You have an elevated heart rate, Steele informed him helpfully. Are you all right? Naruto smiled despite himself. It's called stress, Steele. What is stress? Stress is complicated. The man out of time muttered. I guess it's something you feel when you're excited. I see. A pause. Are you excited, Naruto? Terrified, really, he admitted. Why? A hysteric giggle threatened to burst out of him. Why? He'd woken up with cybernetic implants and insane reflexes beyond what he'd had in his last life. In a time where masked maniacs robot girls were a thing, a realm in which he had the Rinnegan, which he didn't remember getting, and a voice in his head. Not to mention the very real possibility that Kurama was dead. Also, his body still felt like it was currently on fire because of said implants. He was pretty sure his eyes were still doing that weird flame thing too. But hey, this was a dream, right? None of that mattered. He kept telling himself it. Yep, definitely a dream. Couldn't be anything else. Go with the flow. This is not a dream, Naruto. He bit his lip until he tasted blood. Let me have this, Steele. A note of confused sorrow threaded its way into her voice. Do you wish for me to be silent? No, he pinched the brow of his nose. It's not your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. You helped me. You're not at fault here. Had she a brow he imagined it would have furrowed. Even though you claim that this is a dream? Yeah. He stabbed both hands into his pockets. Ain't your fault. Steele made a tiny noise of delight. It felt like a laugh. Then I hope this is a pleasant dream for you. Why you gotta say it like that? For all his bitter thoughts, Naruto felt smile grow another inch. In many ways, he was beginning to understand his new guest, even if he wasn't fond of her intrusion into his life. She was not Kurama. She never would be. Where the old fox possessed a cutting wit, Steele was almost childlike in her curiosity. She was learning. Naive in some ways, and yet so knowledgeable in others. Blast her and her questions. Always with the questions. Her innocence shouldn't have dulled his fears. But it did. It meant she wasn't some crazed program that would snatch control of his body out from under him. He didn't even think she would if she could. What a strange dream. He must have eaten some expired ramen or something. Here we are. Just ahead of them, Penny pushed the doors open with a cherubic smile. General Ironwood, sir. I've brought him. Sat behind a slate-grey desk, a man in a crisp white uniform awaited them. Wearing a matching flowing coat and blue trousers alongside a blue collar and red tie, he looked every bit the General Penny said he was. His hair was black going grey, while his forehead bore a strange of silver metal just above his right eyebrow. Naruto had dreaded this meeting. But now that he saw him, this was a man, not a monster. The poor bastard looked positively haggard. That, and in need of a good shave. Like he'd had one too many bad days and a single good once since. Piercing blue eyes met them, not unlike his own but sharper, harder. Naruto knew it at a glance. Here was a man who held the weight of the world on his shoulders. Penny had spoken highly of him during their short-lived journey to his office, and thus far. The man met his expectations and then some. Ironwood was a general, one who not only wielded great power but great responsibility with it. Welcome. He saw them and called out in a cordial tone. Please, come in. Penny entered first, leaving Naruto to follow in her footsteps as they entered the office proper. The space within was grand in size, if Spartan, a domed enclosure spread out to expose the Atlas skyline at his back. The waxing light of the morning sun filtered through, forcing the wayward warrior to squint against it. Taking mercy on him, the general waved a hand and the light from the windows dimmed. Remarkably, the next words out of his mouth were an apology. I'm sorry about the Aesops. The man clasped both hands together, wringing one glove against the other. They're good soldiers to be sure, but they can be a tad overzealous at times. You have my personal reassurance that they will be reprimanded for their actions against you. His mouth settled into a frown. I'll have them cleaning out latrines for a week after the mess they made. Naruto blinked, caught flat-footed by the admission of guilt. Thanks. I appreciate it. What? He did! Clover might have been reluctant to fight him, but it didn't change the fact that Aesops attacked him first. They should have just let him through. Instead, they'd panicked. In his enervated state, it was a miracle he'd managed to beat them back. That steel had helped him trounce them. Huh, that was just happy coincidence. We fought well, his companion preened. There's no shame in that, is there? Nope. All right. Maybe he was corrupting her. Just a little. Still didn't regret it, though. As he looked on, Ironwood stood, holly hell, he was tall, from his desk and strode briskly around it to meet him. Naruto followed him with his eyes, only now noticing his shadow. Behind the general, a woman clasped both arms behind her back and stood at attention. Her hair was as white as her uniform, her eyes chips of frozen tundra set within a pale face. She didn't look much pleased to see him. Naruto found he wasn't much pleased with her either. Even now he could still sense negative emotions strongly as ever, and this woman was just one big ball of trauma. Anger, fear, regret. So much regret. Towards what? Naruto didn't know, but he knew she was afraid of him. Of that much, he was certain. Any other time, he might have been curious as to why. Now? He just wanted away from her. Being in the presence of such powerful sentiment left him feeling ill. At ease, Winter. The general reassured her when she moved to intercept. We're all friends here. This Winter looked like she'd sucked on a lemon, but obeyed her superior. Yes, sir. Please forgive her. Perhaps it's best if we start over from the beginning. He stopped halfway and offered his right hand to him. Welcome to Atlas, son. I am General Ironwood, protector of this fair city. But you can call me James. His worn face creased in a tired smile. If there's anything you need, anything at all, you have but to ask. Naruto blinded rapidly. Well, that wasn't what he expected at all. The general is an exceedingly blunt man. Steel chimed in his ear, filling in the gaps. More often than not, he favors the direct approach. Furthermore, he has expended significant state and personal resources to ensure your survival. It stands to reason that he would wish to remain on good terms with you. Blue eyes flitted to Penny. She smiled guilelessly and flicked him a thumbs up. Just like that, Naruto released a breath he hadn't even realized he'd been holding in the first place. Winter aside, they were treating him like a person, a human being, not an asset or whatever the hell Harriet had called him. Azure orbs flicked back to Ironwood's hand. Only 3 seconds had elapsed. Well within the norm for politeness. Wait, how did he know that? Penny prodded his back. Apology accepted. Shaking it off, he stepped forward and clasped his palm. He noticed something amiss almost immediately as they shook. Wait! James' hand was cold and rigid, even through the glove. No, not cold, rigid and stern like a block of ice. No, not ice. Not ice at all. Your hand. It's metal. Ironwood granted him a grim grin as he pulled his palm away. I thought you might notice that. Half of my body is cybernetic. Sure enough, James pulled his glove off and rolled up a sleeve, revealing the metal limb beneath. When he did the same to his leg, Naruto grimaced and looked away. Those injuries were ghastly. He knew pain more than most, but just the sight of Ironwood's wounds drew a flinch from him. It took a strong or stubborn man to endure that kind of agony. For that, he gained some semblance of respect. Losing a limb was painful enough, but he shuddered at the thought. Sounds like there's a story there. There is. Something in the general's face thawed. Just a fraction. To call it the legacy of a misspent youth. That said, how are your implants treating you? All implants are functioning at 100% capacity. Steel chirruped proudly. Nanites are dormant, ready to react to trauma. Will that be all? Naruto grimaced and flexed the fingers of his left hand, frowning at the silvery lines etched into his palm. They're a little warm. Understandable. James commiserated with a nod of his own. Yours were extensive, or so I've been told. Naruto felt his stomach roil. Just a dream. Just a dream. He clutched to the only defenses he knew and blotted the panic out. It was a paltry defense and he knew it, but it was all he had. If he allowed himself to even consider the possibility that this was real, he'd break. He just knew it, so he stamped the thought down and buried it in brick-filled ignorance. Dreams had a purpose, right? So what was his? What was he doing here? Thankfully, you're still quite human. He clutched onto those words for dear life. He had to. And I see you've met Steel. When he winced, Ironwood saw it. She's quite the chatterbox, isn't she? What is a chatterbox? Penny giggled behind them. Naruto didn't have the heart to tell Steel the truth. She's useful. He settled for the middle ground instead. It's just unusual have a voice in my head. Ironwood regarded him with a keen eye. You aren't angry. Naruto wasn't sure how to take that. He was alive. He could feel his heart beating, and red blood ran through his veins. Moreover, he could still feel every part of himself. If they'd replaced half his body with cybernetics, surely he would know. Chakra still burned in his coils. There were no wires, no cords. His brain wasn't in a glass jar somewhere. Even if this was a dream, he was alive. Had to be. Machines didn't have chakra. If they did, they wouldn't be having this conversation. Wouldn't want the dream to become a nightmare now, would he? I'm a little confused and hungry now that I think of it. Still, curiosity reared its head, and for the first time since he'd awakened, Naruto allowed it. I do have some questions, though. By all means, ask. James gestured to a seat. I'll do my best to answer. Would you mind if I ask some of my own? I'll have some food brought up while we talk. Winter. Sure enough, the temperature plummeted several degrees as white-haired woman glared at Naruto. Undaunted, the blonde returned her glower until her resolve broke and she stormed off. A pale hand gripped the door they'd just come through and pushed it open, then slammed it just as harshly. He listened until the brisk click of her heels vanished down the hall. I apologize for her, Ironwood said as he reclaimed the seat behind his desk. Winter doesn't trust easily. You're an anomaly to her. I'll try to ignore her. He shrugged, sliding into the chair opposite it. Now my first question. And surprise, surprise, General Ironwood proved himself a man of his word. Unfortunately, he had questions of his own. So, many questions. Looking back, Naruto wished he'd never asked them. Ignorance was bliss. 0.0. Naruto's head spun. So many questions, too many answers. When they'd begun, the sun had been well on its way to rising. Now it was afternoon. Winter had brought them refreshments and a brisk meal, then another when he'd made crumbs of the first. And the second, followed by a third. Needless to say, she wasn't much pleased at being a waitress. Maybe that was why she was still glaring a hole in his back. She certainly looked fit to kill him for it. Why? Wasn't his fault he was hungry. He'd been asleep for centuries, if not longer. He needed fuel in the tank. If that meant upsetting a prissy little princess like her, then so be it. The cold never bothered him anyway. Does food taste good? Yeah, he groaned, taking the last bite of an apple. So good. Sorry. A grimace turned his meal sour. You can't taste this, can you? Her voice went small and shy. Maybe someday. Curiously, he noted Penny hadn't eaten a thing. Unsurprising. Naturally. Steel swooped in. My sister does not require sustenance. Somewhat sated, but still ill at ease, the wayward warrior leaned back in his chair, trying to process what he'd been told. This is fascinating. By contrast, Ironwood looked elated, inasmuch as a military man could. You're telling me you can sense negative emotions? Among other things, came his response. Did he need to spell it out for him? Bloody dream. It's really nothing special. James shot upright. Can you detect lies, then? Naruto shrugged. Dunno. Never tried. Lies are a form of insincerity, which is also a negative emotion. The general rationalized. If what you say is true, then you should be able to detect it alongside hostile intent. Ahem. He coughed, hiding his excitement. In theory, at least. Are you unwilling to try? Naruto felt his right eye begin to twitch. He wasn't going to let this go, was he? Fine. He settled back into his seat. Tell me a lie. Anything will do. Very well. My birthday was yesterday. Something twitched in the back of his head. The vaguest sliver of false intent meant to mislead. Negativity. Nope. False. James clapped his hands together. Correct. Perhaps something more vague, then. Steel perked up in his mind. If I may assist? Naruto shrugged. Sure. I am capable of amplifying your senses when prompted. Additionally, I can read elevated heart rates and micro-expressions in those nearby you, and ferret out indications of stress or falsehoods. She paused, and her words came on even more quickly, blending even further in the throes of her childlike excitement. Coupled with your ability to sense negative emotions, I estimate a 90% chance at detecting a lie. Will this assist you? Hot damn! In all honesty, Naruto was tempted to keep that knowledge to himself. There was no telling what the general would do if he thought him a living lie detector. He trusted James, but a power like that had the ability to corrupt even the most well-intentioned man. And lying wasn't in his nature, dream or not. He relayed what Steele had told him regardless. "Pietro, you brilliant bastard!" Ironwood made a strange sign that Naruto didn't recognize. Penny tried her hand a moment later. "Winter likes the color pink." A pall of silence fell over everyone present. Naruto frowned. "Huh, not a lie." Winter bridled. "Sir? You cannot possibly believe this nonsense." Quiet, frosty. Naruto pointedly ignored the angry squawk that followed. "Oh, what you told me earlier. This Salem person, she's real?" He quashed the instinctive surge of dread that followed. "She's trying to destroy the world. You're not pulling my leg on this. Huntsman, aura, grim, semblances, and this four-kingdom nonsense? That was a bitter pill to swallow by itself. But a literal queen of all evil trying to conquer and/or destroy the world? Not so much. Already his mind began to draw dangerous comparison to Kaguya, and the less he thought of her, the better. Hell, if Salem commanded the Grim, that meant she had an army, just as Kaguya had the White Zetsu. Well, at least she wasn't immortal, as far as he knew. It couldn't be that bad, surely. Some dream this was. If he didn't know better, he'd say he was living a nightmare. "It's the truth." James granted him a grave nod. "May I be frank with you?" He had spoken truly. Still reeling, Naruto half-heartedly waved him on. "Sure, not like this can get any worse." "I'd like to ask for your help." "No." The general amended with a cough, shaking his head. "We need your help." He glanced between Winter and Penny. Atlas and Mantle both. "A war is coming. And quite frankly, we aren't prepared." He sensed something harden in the man's soul just then. "We need your power. Will you lend us your strength?" The words hit him like a physical blow. "So that's what you're after." Naruto sank back into his seat. Already he felt the beginnings of a migraine coming on. There was such a thing as too much knowledge, of too many questions. And he had asked them all. James hadn't held anything back. He would have sensed it otherwise. Even now he was being wholly honest with him. Nothing was kept in reserve. "What would be expected of me?" "You would be working closely with Penny," Ironwood began. A cough interrupted him and he sighed. "Winter would be your mind, until you settled in." Penny tugged at his arm and he turned to find her green eyes regarding him earnestly. "Will you assist us?" That was the question now, wasn't it? Dream or not? In his heart of hearts, Naruto was still a relatively good person. Minor memory loss and modifications aside, his soul hadn't changed. He was still himself. These people were asking for help. No tricks, no traps, just a simple, earnest plea for aid. They weren't trying to guilt him into it, though they could have. They had kept him alive for Sage knew how long. James could have leveraged that against him. He didn't. That alone earned him some semblance of trust. How could he say no to that? Rather, he didn't want to. He'd already made his decision the moment Ironwood opened his mouth. "I'll do it." Steele sang in his head. "Yay, Tilda." James blinked, taken aback. "You will?" Penny hopped in place and clapped her hands. "Wonderful!" Winter grit her teeth and made a noise like an avalanche. Naruto bit down an instinctive flash of anger toward the older woman, even as his fists balled at his sides. Stuck-up woman. Not his concern. Suppress it. Conceal. Don't feel. Whatever beef she had with him, he wouldn't let it poison their negotiations. Yet. But she was pushing it. Oh, was she pushing it? Did I stutter? He forced his thoughts outward instead. "I said I'll help you. What do you need? I know you're already using my blood, and that's kinda weird." Ironwood released a ragged breath. "In all honesty, I thought you'd refuse." "You would be within your rights to." "Why?" Naruto balked at him. "I help people. It's kinda my thing. Besides, I don't go back on my word." Ironwood stared at him for a long moment, giving nothing away. A rusty chuckle escaped him. With that laugh, Naruto felt the last of the man's stress evaporate like morning dew. The general stood a little straighter. His eyes burned a bit brighter. He seemed lighter on his feet, younger, the weight of duty and the pain of defeat slipping away from him. "You're right." Rather than remark on it, he raised a hand to his face and pinched his forehead. "Loyalty always matters." Naruto wrinkled his nose. "I'm sorry?" "No, it's nothing." James gave him a careworn smile. "Just an old saying of mine. Still, I can see you're a man of integrity." "I like that." A hand came down on his right shoulder. The human one. Initially, I had considered inducting you into the military, but frankly, that would be a waste of your talents. We need boots on the ground. Lots of them. You're the first step to that, of course, but there's so much to be done. Was he actually asking? Naruto blinked, frowned, tilted his head, smiled. No, he probably wasn't. Was he? How many boots we talking about? Ironwood blinked. Winter scowled. Penny perked up. More than one man can provide. James despaired. I'm afraid we have a long, hard road ahead of us. Naruto felt the beginnings of a smile plucked at his whiskered cheeks. General, I think we're going to get along juiced fine. Can I show you something? Certainly. Ironwood waved him on. If you think it will help. Help? Yeah. For what he had in mind, this would do more than help. He crossed his fingers before his chest and pulled on his chakra reserves. Pulled hard. They answered him readily, strong as ever. Flames pulsed at the corners of his eyes, but he ignored them and focused on the task at hand. Penny granted him a curious look and Ironwood with her, but Winter looked strangely startled by the gesture. She'd be more than startled in a minute. Calibrating, Steel informed helpfully. Releasing nanites. Enhancing chakra. Would you like to proceed? Wait, she could do that? That smirk became a shit-eating grin stretching across his face. Yes. Chakra howled into the air with a raging pulse of azure light. A plume of white smoke chased after it, all but bursting from his body to swell through the room. Somewhere in the haze, Winter yelped. To her credit, Penny reacted quickly. Even as the thick smog filled Ironwood's office, so too did she react. In a single bound, she sprang past him, vaulted Ironwood's desk, and opened one of the windows. Naruto let her. That was the funny thing about being underestimated. He never grew tired of all those gobsmacked faces when he knocked an arrogant prick's opinions into the mud. The smoke spilled out, and they saw. Is this enough for you, James? Multiple voices spoke in unison. Or did you need more? An even 36 shadow clones stared back at them, grinning from ear to ear. More than he'd intended to make, but surely that was a good thing. The more the merrier. Sensational! Are they illusions, or... Penny stepped to one and poked the copy in its side. Ah, she gasped when her finger met resistance. They're real. Nonsense! Winter balked and pulled at the cheek of another. They can't possibly be owl. Her questing digit withdrew and the clone bit her. Naruto laughed at the sight. Oh, they're real. Go ahead. Poke one of them again. Only then did he deign to look back at Ironwood. The general hadn't even coughed when he used that jutsu. Nope. He'd not said a word. Didn't have to. As Naruto looked on, the great protector of Atlas crashed back against his desk and slammed a hand down against the lacquered wood for support. His already pale face had gone absolutely pallid. His human hand rose to wipe a bead of sweat from his brow. How? He croaked the word, mastered himself, and swallowed his awe. How many of those can you make at once? More smoke. Winter yelped and crashed backward onto her rear. Hundreds? Thousands! Naruto shrugged, and his new copies mirrored the motion flawlessly. Dunno. Never really pushed my limits before. They can take a good hit, and anything they learn, I learn. A thought occurred to him. Pretty sure the reverse applies too. I tested that. James set his jaw in a determined line, but even then he couldn't quite keep the smile from his face. This will change everything. There's so many. Penny glomped the nearest clone to her chest. May I keep one? A blonde brow rose. I'm standing right here, Penny. She released the poor thing. Oh, right. Sorry. Naruto chuckled, if only because he had an inkling of what Ironwood was on about. Not only were shadow clones replaceable soldiers, but he could create entire swarms of them. They could learn what he learned, exist in multiple places at once, hold a line to cover retreating soldiers. And those were just the ideas he thought up. No doubt James had far grander aspirations. That was all well and good, so long as it helped. He dispelled his brothers with a thought, leaving naught but smoke behind. I didn't realize you could make that many, Steel chimed. What, did you doubt me? I'm not that rusty. I did not mean to offend. No! Naruto lowered his voice. No, you're not bothering me. This is just a weird dream. I'm sorry, I must have misheard you. Ironwood arched an eyebrow. You believe you are dreaming? Naruto shrugged. Well, yeah. Why wouldn't I be? This is insane. No way it's real. Gotta be a dream. Can't be anything else. Friend Naruto has been most insistent on that matter. Penny chirruped helpfully. I believe he is relying on such an assertion to forestall an imminent mental breakdown. Got it in one? One could have heard a pin drop in the silence that followed. Delusional fool. Winter looked away from with a scowl. Sir, with your permission, I can have this buffoon brought to the psych ward to be re-evaluated. Time slowed to a crawl as her words trailed off into an animal bleat. A fresh spark of anger snarled through Naruto's thoughts, turning the world red. Ordinarily, he would have suppressed it, pushed it down and smiled as he always did. This time, something stopped him. If this was a dream, what was the harm in speaking his mind? None like anyone was going to call him on the carpet for it. And besides, Winter's presence had rubbed him raw from the moment they'd met. He hadn't even spoken to her and she'd been glowering at him. Now, he saw the disgust in her eyes. There it was. That look. He hated that damn look. Two could play that game. Hey, Steele, he whispered. Her response proved immediate. Yes, I am here. Earlier, that thing you pulled with the Aesops, can you do it again? Her tone turned contemplative. Do you wish to engage in combat with Specialist Schnee? What? No. He blanched at the thought. I want to shut her up once and for all. Got any dirt on her? Are we playing a game? Sure. A small smile plucked at the corner of his mouth. You can call it that. One moment. Processing. Hacking into Specialist Schnee's scroll. Here you are. Her records. A wall of text slammed down before his eyes, only to vanish a moment later. Knowledge he'd never known before burned in his mind, as if she'd downloaded it directly into his brain. Well, good thing this was a dream. If it wasn't, he might honestly be a little worried about that. Huh, neat. Well, all right then. Game time. Perhaps this was a little vindictive of him. Maybe it was. Maybe it wasn't. Who could say? After all, this was just a figment of his imagination. It wasn't as if this would have any consequences. Quiet, broody, he snapped. By the log, you reek! Penny's hands flew to her face, eyes wide. Said Schnee, startled. Excuse me. Ironwood watched intently. Are you deaf? With a snarl, Naruto pinched his nose with one hand and waved the other before his face. All that negative emotion. I can't stand it anymore. Enough! His arms flew up into the air when her stricken expression didn't waver in the least. What's your deal? I didn't do anything to you, and you've had it out for me from the moment we met. Why, you impudent little... But that's not enough, is it? When she reached for her saber, he stormed forward, slamming a hand down around the back of her palm to prevent her from drawing. The other shot up and dug into her collarbone just above her breasts. You just halve to be the center of attention, the apple of everyone's eye. Can't have anyone upstaging you now, can we? The second someone outpaces you, you pitch a bitch fit and act like a child. By now, Winter's face had turned a rather fascinating shade of red. Her mouth worked wordlessly, but no words emerged. Naruto sensed weakness and pounced. Why so serious? His forehead slammed against hers. Not going to throw Daddy Dearest's money at me to shut me up? That always worked for you before. You don't know anything about me. I know enough. Wah, 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 he parroted, voice taking on a pitch to match hers. Look at me, everyone. Pay attention to me, everyone. I'm a Schnee. I'm the best. You got daddy issues or something. Most rich girls do. You freaking look like one. I know your type. He reared back and his finger snapped up, flicking her forehead. Any second now, you're gonna snap and try to... Winter wrenched her saber aside and slammed it at his face. Steel yelped. I recommend immediate evasion. No need. There was never any danger. Ironwood roared. Winter! Stop! Her strike swerved wide, ramming into the wall beside him. A thin red rent opened in Naruto's cheek. It healed instantaneously. More proof that this was a dream. If this was real, she would have taken his head clean off for baiting her like that. The false knowledge emboldened him, causing him to tilt his head just so. What are you doing, Specialist? James surged forward. It's fine, James. Naruto raised a hand, forestalling any reprimand he might have given. She won't hurt me. After all, she's it is. Coward. He spat the word with a venom that burned deep in his soul. I'm right, aren't I? The moment someone proves you wrong, you lash out. Is that why you ran off and left your siblings behind? Actually, I take it back. Rinnegan eyes narrowed to rimmed slits. I take it back. You're not a coward. You're a hypocrite. Some big sister you are. You dare? Oh, I dare. He snapped back. If I had a little brother and sister, I would die before leaving them behind. In hindsight, he really had no way of knowing what he'd done. How could he? His words hit the nail right on the head and hammered it down. To him, this was a dream, just a figment of his imagination. No consequences to be had, or so he thought. But for Winter, this was reality. Every syllable slashed at her defenses, pricking her pride in the worst of ways. She'd been angry before, but now she was beyond that, well past that. He saw the precise moment that supernova of rage became a frigid lake of frozen fury. Steele saw it too. I believe you have made a blunder. Winter grabbed him by the collar and slammed her forehead to his. You, me, down in the yard. Now. And now you want to wail on me. Sure. Prove my point. Naruto grin was just the right shade of vicious. It's your funeral. Oh. Penny hopped in place and clapped her hands, blind to the byplay taking place before her. I hear funerals are all the rage. May I watch, General? James pinched the brow of his nose. This works out well enough, I suppose. He heaved a sigh. We needed a way to introduce you to the men anyway. When neither looked at him, a small, bemused smile plucked at the corner of his mouth, like a father watching two children bickering over a favorite toy. All right, Winter, you'll have your wish. You may regret it. I doubt that, sir. She released him and straightened with a scoff. Strange semblance aside, he's just a boy. The Ace Ops let their guard down. I will not. Naruto blinked. The hell was a semblance. Never mind that. She'd called him a boy. He was 18 for crying out loud. Just for that. His lips pursed in a thin line of displeasure. I'm gonna kick your ass twice as hard. Chapter 3. You will serve the family in this, Winter. You have absolutely no say in the matter. Or would you rather I retrieve Weiss and have her act in your stead? No, Father. Tilda, a bitter pill. Their duel would take place in the courtyard of Atlas Academy at dawn. Little more than a sanctioned spar to the uninitiated. It nevertheless drew a crowd as all duels do. Naruto found he could see them easily from the window of Ironwood's office. A veritable sea of bodies pressed in on every side, student and huntsman alike, all crammed in like sardines in a can. Apparently scuttlebutt was a thing, even in the military. He wasn't sure why the sight surprised him, only that it did. Early morning sunlight flickered across their grey and white uniforms like a flame, casting the yard in amber glow. He hadn't expected to wake up to, well, this? Is all this for me? In a sense. Ironwood's hand came down on his shoulder, earning a brief glance for the man in charge. It's not every day Winter challenges someone to a duel. Together, the two of them gazed down at the growing crowd below. Coupled with your recent altercation with the Ace Ops, you've made waves in the ranks. The people want to see you, as they should. Affirmative, Steele chirruped in his ear. I believe celebrity is the proper term. He'd gathered that much. Just a dream. Naruto grit his teeth until he felt a molar crack. It doesn't matter. I'll wake up soon, right? It's barely been a day, though, he muttered. Did you really leak information about me? James promptly shook his head in the negative. Not my doing. That was me, Tilda. Both men turned to look over their shoulder as the elevator dinged once. Guileless green eyes blinked back them as Penny emerged, pushing a cart before her. Naruto frowned at the case it contained, but his gaze was drawn to her dazzling smile instead. She was grinning like she'd just won the lottery. Did Atlas have one of those? Better double-check. Salutations, Tilda. She snapped off a chipper salute, halting only a few paces away. I told as many people as I could, James chortled softly. Not unexpected. I'm sure she didn't mean any harm. Naruto clapped a hand to his face. Penny, no. Truth be told, he didn't much see the point in fighting Winter. Oh, there was a fierce burning dislike between the two of them. But it all seemed pointless somehow. They were on the same side, weren't they? He still wanted to knock her upside the head, but tempered by sleep, the desire wasn't quite as strong as before. Meh. Least he'd gotten a proper outfit out of this mess. He'd since shed his borrowed uniform in favour of an outfit that both had some damn colour and actually let him breathe. Now clad in a cobalt blue jacket, throw over a crimson tunic and a pair of pitch-black slacks, he felt more himself than he had last night. A good 8 hours of sleep really did wonders for the body, it seemed. Snug and warm with his matching gloves and boots, He was at least ready to face the bitter cold of Atlas, if nothing else. And hey, colour! Much better than the drab grey-white uniforms the students were forced to wear. I agree. Steele chirruped. The blue and black are my favourite colours. Addendum. They are also the colours of bruises, which specialist Schnee shall soon be. Well, what was oddly aggressive of her? Almost worryingly so. Hey, you are all right there? He asked tentatively. Specialist Schnee insulted you. I dislike her. Naruto opened his mouth to agree, only to find Penny fiddling with the crate she'd brought in. Now that he looked at it, he noticed it was long, slender-looking thing. Larger than him, even. He squinted at it. A weapon of some kind? No, it was far too big, even for James to carry, which begged the question then. What was in the box? I'm afraid I'll have to ask you not to hold back against Winter down there. Ironwood interjected abruptly, drawing his attention away from the container. She'll hate you for it. What? More than she already did? He didn't say it aloud. A blonde brow quirked. Even if she loses? Even then. The general granted him a soft chuckle. She's not a bad person, just gotta stick up her butt. Naruto finished for him. Penny giggled behind them and Ironwood coughed into a gloved fist. I wouldn't go that far. Why? Naruto felt his brow turn stormy. Valiant superior that he was, James still tried to come to his subordinate's defense. She's under a lot of pressure, and that gives her the right to take her anger out on me? No, James knew when a battle was lost and withdrew his opinion. As I said before, she doesn't trust easily. I believe the bout should clear the air between the two of you. A roll of the eyes followed. She's still gonna lose. Now it was Ironwood's turn to smile. That certain, are you? Naruto could think of at least 100 different reasons why Winter Schnee would eat dirt today. It was a long list. He chose not to speak them. Just so we're clear, I'm going to humiliate her out there. Arrogant to say aloud, but it was the truth, and James deserved to know what he'd signed up for. I don't know how to hold back. He glanced down at himself, still frowning at the faint silvery lines threading his chest, visible even through his shirt. Not like this. Hope you realize that. One hand touched his gleaming Rinnegan eyes, recalling the myriad techniques he had seen Nagato use so long ago. Techniques he didn't yet know how to use. I can hold off using some of my more punishing jutsu, but that's the best I'll be able to do. That's all I ask. Steele swooped in, good girl that she was. I estimate our chances of victory at 99.9%. If she had a body, he would have given her a big hug. Speaking of which, Penny wheeled the cart over at last, its contents now visible for all to see. We found these with you. The general asked me to bring them up for you to inspect. Bring what the hell is this thing? Naruto found himself balking at a wickedly sharp tooth, easily larger than he was tall. At least he assumed it was a tooth, given the shape. Yellowed with age, perhaps, but sharp all the same. He rapped its knuckles against it on a whim, only to wince as a wicked jolt of pain shot up his hand. Solid as a rock, too, despite the wear and tear. But why show him this? This was the smallest of the bones we excavated near you. Ironwood waved a gloved hand at the jagged tooth. I'd hoped you could shed some light on what they were. Do you know? Nah, Steele. Naruto shook his head. Not a clue. The blonde touched a hand to the bone, and so too did a frown touch his lips. Even now he could still sense chakra. For a moment he feared what he might find. That was... well, it was a very large tooth, and he could think of several large creatures to whom it might belong. Impossible as it might seem, it would explain his partner's absence. His fears were for naught. There was chakra there, but it was dark, twisted, like an ugly, gnarled root, little more than a remnant of its former self. This isn't him, he muttered, quietly awed and relieved as he ran his fingers over the bulky bone. It doesn't belong to Kurama. This isn't his chakra. Besides, he didn't have a body. This, I don't know what it is. He released a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. Whatever they were rich in chakra, overflowing with it. Yet another odd little mystery for him to ponder. And you found these with me? Yes. But who is Kurama? The faintest ember of hope sparked in his chest. Maybe you'll met him someday, unless I wake up. A long, suffering sigh echoed behind him. As you say, James had tried to challenge him on the this is a dream notion once, never again. Perhaps he realized it was best to keep him in good spirits. Maybe he understood that a mental breakdown would be imminent if pushed. Perhaps he just pitied him. Wood could say, regardless, he didn't push. Good man, Ironwood. He knew better than to poke and prod a broken man. But he didn't give up Ghost either. Dream or no, you don't want to make a fool of yourself down there, do you? Naruto felt his face twist in a grimace. Blast it! James had a point. He was a general after all. And backing down now would just leave a foul taste in his mouth. Moreover, he knew Winter would never let him live it down for the rest of his days. Dream or not, she was a prickly one. If he gave up, she'd call him a coward. He'd call her something worse. One thing would lead to another, weapons would be drawn, blood would be shed, and finally someone would denope. All the nope? Not in his dream. All right, he croaked, turning toward the elevator. I'll do it, but I'm going to take her down quickly. Hope you don't mind. Excellent. James steered him towards Inn, Penny falling in beside him. We'll see to acquiring you more comfortable accommodations after the duel. Penny moved past him and clasped Naruto's hands in hers. I wish you luck in your fight, boyfriend. Ironwood missed a step and walked into a wall. Behind him, Naruto tripped. Boy? Are you not a boy and my friend? She blinked innocently. I shortened the word. His face went a nuclear shade of red. Naruto groaned. Be Penny, no. James chuckled. Ah! As ever, it was a rusty sound, but within moments it grew louder, bolder, stronger beneath his beard. Naruto saw his lips twitch into a smile. Ironwood wasn't able to hide it. Not this time. Thank you. I think I needed that. The general sighed, wiping a mirthful tear from the corner of one eye. I can't seem to remember the last time I laughed that hard. Shall I give him a kiss on the cheek if he wins? Penny posited. Father suggested it would be a suitable reward. Naruto's once-measured retreat became a full rout. 0.0, 0.0. Winter considered herself a sensible woman. Orderly, if not rational. She knew what she liked. The military. Training. Ironwood. Not necessarily in that order. Conversely, she knew what she disliked. Father. The Schnee name. Herself. Winter, specialist of Atlas, was not Winter Schnee. They were two separate beings, and she would see that they remained as such. All her life she had been able to separate the two into simple, distinct categories. Her professional life did not cross realms into her personal one, nor did she, despite what others said, allow her emotions to affect her rational judgment. Then along came Naruto Uzumaki, throwing her neat order life into disarray. General Ironwood was obsessed with him. Rather, the potential he presented. And worse, the boy knew it. He'd taken full advantage. Hey! A ways behind her, a man slapped a wad of lean down on a hastily erected till. I'm putting 100 on the kid. Ooh! Someone rallied to his cry. I'll take that bet. Winter fought down a snarl and flicked her saber out, tracing a thin line of ice against the ground. Traitors. The lot of them. Everyone wanted to see the new boy, to meet the young man who had knocked one of their strongest squads about like a bunch of children. Would that Clover and his team were here to see this. Ironwood hadn't allowed it. He'd left them stewing in a cell overnight for their transgressions. They wouldn't be released until later this evening. Winter didn't believe that they'd been bested so easily. Even with the footage flung in her face, she'd not been able to accept it. Surely there had been a trick of some sort. This brat, this friend, this cheeky churl. Honestly, he was worse than Crow. At least Branwen had known better than to broach her personal life. Moreover, how did Naruto even know it? He'd been frozen in ice and strapped to a table thereafter. She'd never spoken so much as a word to him until yesterday. He'd said such horrible things to her, dragging her past out in front of everyone. The truth cut deep. She regretted leaving Weiss and Whitley behind all those years ago. She regretted leaving them with father and mother. She regretted so many things. It was that implant of his. Had to be. Her scroll had been hacked. She'd seen the notification after she returned to her quarters. Wretched little parasite. Too clever for her own good, that one. She'd cautioned the general against reactivating that project. He hadn't listened. No one listened to her. Not since they'd found him. AI were dangerous. Penny was different, of course. Trusted even. But she'd proven her worth. This one was unknown. Untested. Couldn't they see the danger presented by that kind of artificial intelligence? No, of course not. Her protests had ignored. And therein lay her problem. Winter didn't like being ignored. Perhaps she was projecting her anger. She didn't care. To have such hypocrisy flung back in her face, it was too much. And father wanted her to seduce him? No, Never! She'd not have it. There he was now, entering the ring. Winter glowered furiously at him, refusing to give him the satisfaction he sought from her. He raised an arm in greeting. She turned away with a huff. Yes, he might be good for Atlas. Yes, she might have misjudged him. Yes, he might even be a good person underneath his scars and cutting wit. But he would never have her hand. He would never have her respect. Nor her loyalty. She would beat him so badly that he'd never look at her ever again. He would know his place. So she swore. 0.0, 0.0. Winter looked fit to stab him 7 ways to Sunday. Naruto felt her gaze upon him like a physical force, threatening to freeze him where he stood. Her gaze followed him as he climbed into the ring. Intent. Probing. Searching for any sign of weakness. Or an opening to exploit, perhaps. She'd not find any. Good thing this was a dream. If it weren't, he might actually feel bad about what he'd said to her. Now was as good a time to test the limits of this dream body. He'd stared down immortals and gods that would have left Winter quaking in her boots. Why would he be afraid of some silly schnee? She appears to be cross with you, he sighed. Noticed that. Glancing about, he could see why Ironwood chosen the courtyard for their duel rather than one of the many rings in the academy. Out here there was more than enough room for him and Winter to range about as they pleased. Someone had gone to great lengths to erect bleachers, and a number of vendors had been allowed onto the grounds. He even spied what might have been a betting table near the back bleacher, and those were packed to the brim. Seemed even Atlas could loosen up once and a while. Maybe this kingdom wasn't so stuffy after all. Ironwood stepped up on nearby podium and spoke briskly. I'm sure you all know why we're here, so I'll keep this brief. His piercing gaze flicked between them both. You will fight until one of you yields, is forced out of the ring, or your aura is Naruto's hand shot up, cutting the general short. Question. Muted laughter greeted him, but he ignored it. This was a dream, after all. He wasn't about to go knocking heads together for something like this. Yes, Ironwood called back. If this is about aura, I don't think you have it. Steel whispered quickly. Naruto blinked. What's this now? I didn't catch that. Aura. For a moment he thought he felt ghostly fingertips brush his chin. You have mine. And what's mine is yours. I will not let her harm you. Wait, don't you need a soul to Realization dawned anew. Oh, if Penny had a soul and by definition aura, then it stood to reason that her little sister would have the same, albeit in a lesser quantity than her sibling. Even if she lacked a physical form, she had a consciousness. She thought, she reasoned, she felt. Did that not constitute the essence of a spirit? Even if she was little more than a chip in the back of his neck at the moment, she existed. Pietro had made her as he'd made Penny. And at the end of the day, a soul was a soul. He wasn't one to judge. Winter has enough. He pivoted quickly before he could make a right fool of himself in public. Isn't this a little unfair to her? A few whistles and an angry squawk by the schnee rippled through the crowd. I'm sure she'll be fine. Ironwood favoured him with a smile. Whatever you say, Pops. Winter seethed. If I may suggest a course of action. The whiskered warrior turned his attention inward. Thoughts? I would suggest making her angry. Specialist Schnee has a temper. She doesn't fight well when irritated. All right, anything to wrap this up quickly. Angry. I can do that. Should be easy. Placing on hand to the side of his face, he called out to her, raising his voice to be heard by all. What's wrong, Ice Queen? Not gonna have your butler fight for you. Ain't that a thing you posh rich types do? The crowd gasped. Winter sucked in a sharp breath through her teeth. Cease your drivel. Nah. Naruto adopted a grin and threw himself into the facade wholeheartedly. Do you even know how to swing that sword of yours? Want me to give you a lesson or two? A lie, of course, he barely knew how to use a blade at all, but she didn't know that. His words needled her all the same. Tell you what, he smacked his lips. I'll do it free of charge. A muscle jumped in her jaw. If you won't hold your tongue, her voice became a hiss, then I will gladly remove it for you. Well, that's just kinky. His grin grew. But you know, that line seems kind of familiar. Might be quoting someone here, but... Violet eyes flashed as he took stance. Come take it. It was the right thing to rile her up, because Winter hung her head, shoulders going clack. When she raised her gaze, her eyes were much like her namesake. Did the temperature just drop a few degrees? His breath rose in a faint cloud of steam before his face. Before she'd been angry. Now? She looked downright murderous. You! She bit out the word. You're even worse than him. Naruto blinked. Who? Crow! With a yowl, she closed the distance and got right in his face. Her first strike slipped into his guard, trying to carve a bloody trench across his face. Naruto tilted his head to the right and evaded it, then swayed left as she cut out at his unguarded side. Right again. When it became clear she wouldn't be able to lop his head from his shoulders, she aimed for the center of his chest instead. Aura sparked and her blade skittered off a raised knee. Another. And another. Another still as he blocked each strike exclusively with his legs and nothing else. Stop mocking me. Mocking? He frowned genuinely. I ain't. Just don't feel like using my arms. They're still sore. Brah! She spun and tried to hamstring him, forcing him to hop over it. Easy to see, easier to read. He alighted atop her saber and planted himself there with a pulse of chakra against his heels. Winter's face went white as her hair, as if she were staring in a mirror. For a moment Naruto stood there, perched upon the razor's edge. A blonde eyebrow arched down at her. His boot slammed into her face. Winter recoiled with a grunt and slammed down to one knee, taking her blade with her and forcing him to backflip away. He came down upon a nearby railing and waited for her to rise again. It would have been so easy to end things there. His every instinct screamed at him to do so. He couldn't, if only because he knew it wouldn't be a satisfying end. She stood, wiping a thin line of blood from her nose. She didn't whine, didn't cry. All he received was a nod. Winter could fight. Honestly, the realization surprised him. Jab at her face. Catch her saber on the back of his arm. Retaliate with a headbutt. A wild grin flashed across his face as she staggered back. Could be a trap. Wait, don't pursue. She snarled, and sure enough, a glyph sprang into place where he would have been standing. Naruto waited for it to fade. Afraid? She jeered. Nope. He smacked his lips. Just giving you a chance to catch your breath, princess. Her blade stabbed down, creating a glyph beneath her. A storm of frozen birds burst from it, catching him unawares. All right, neat trick. But unless you intend to peck me to death. Icy jaws closed around his shoulder. Naruto reared back and shattered them with a single punch. Summons! She could do that. For a moment, just a moment, it felt like he was facing a shinobi. Surprisingly, it angered him. Another wolf came on with only a snarl, and he shattered that as well. This felt like a bastardization of the summoning jutsu. She created mindless constructs to do her bidding. This was wrong. He didn't like it. Her dagger swept at his eyes and he swayed back. When she made to do the same with her saber, he grabbed it and yanked her in. His fist planted itself in her stomach. Breath burst from her lungs and she folded around his arm like wet tissue paper. His free arm soared in, ramming an elbow down on the back of her neck. She fell and he reared back to stomp down between her shoulder blades, pushing her face into the cold stone. Yield, never, she growled, slashing upright. A second glyph howled to life beneath her boots and she was on him again. Parry! Parry, parry, parry! He gave ground quickly, allowing her to set the pace for once. Winter didn't rely on team attacks like the Ace Ops. She didn't seek to swarm her opponents through raw numbers, but sheer skill. Finally, he spied an opening and kicked out with his heel, driving a boot into her solar plexus. Her boots bit into the pavement as she slid back. Surprise flashed through her eyes, followed by caution. She didn't rush back in to face him. She was wise in that, if nothing else. He'd fought the Ace Ops in a blind panic with no thought but escape. There could be no running here. Would you like to enter combat mode? Steel asked, suddenly startling him. If so, please say mask. That is the password. Why not? Now was as good a time as any for a field test. Naruto snarled. Mask. Steel, answered immediately, her voice darkening. Copy. Nanomachines surged up and over his body, through his blood and out of his veins. Naruto felt, rather than saw, what happened next. It felt odd, all things considered. Like 1,000 ants crawling under and over his skin at the same time. Not particularly painful, but not pleasant either. Something swarmed up and over his face, rendering his world a single slit of vision. A green visor slid over his eyes. At least he assumed it was a visor. Hard to tell. Everything felt oddly light, as if he'd drank a little too much and gotten himself buzzed. Winter balked. What did you do? When he didn't answer, she reacted, bursting forward from another glyph. This time, Naruto caught her blade in his bare hand. Sparks skittered. Her weapon stopped cold. Well, well, well. Much to his surprise, his voice was darker, muffled by the pseudo-helm steel had encased his head in. How the turns have tabled. Placing one hand beside his back, he shoved Winter away and beckoned to her once more. "Come here, Ice Queen. I'll make a slushy out of you." Now that he thought on it, there was something he'd always wanted to try. And if this was a dream, well, free of consequences. On a whim, his hand cracked out as Winter flew past, striking her hand on the flank. Her charge turned into a stumbling walk, and she rounded on him with a squeak, face flaming. Rogue and reprobate. She sprang back, warding her saber to prevent another attack. "You dare?" "I'll dare a lot more than that. Less chatter, more splatter." And he moved. He'd been fast before, but with Steel's aura and nanomachines coursing through his veins, he felt lighter than ever before. Winter had barely been able to press him before. Now, it was all she could do to strike him. Yet more proof this was a dream. None of her attacks hurt. Her blades skittered harmlessly off his skin. Steel laughed in the back of his head, inordinately pleased with herself. It was such a rare sound that he found himself mirroring it, actively chuckling much to Winter's dismay. Each strike forced her back. First one step, then two, three. She neared the edge of the ring. "Shall we end this?" "Fine by him." "Yeah, let's." In a moment of desperation, Winter launched her dagger at him, cutting a line of ice into the air. Rather than dodge, Naruto swapped himself with a shadow clone at the last instant, overcharged it with chakra, and turned the poor doppelganger into a smoke bomb. From there, it was a simple matter to muffle his footsteps and get behind her in the smoke. He heard her sputter and snarl curses into the fog as she searched for him. All the while, she remained blissfully unaware of the foe at her flank. Armored legs bent, hands forming a familiar seal as he took aim with vengeful intent. For a moment, he felt Steel's innocent curiosity. "What are you doing?" Naruto didn't answer. Speaking aloud would have given himself away. Memories. He knew this technique well. Kakashi had inflicted it upon him a lifetime ago, back when he'd been but a boy. Just thinking of it drew a wince for him. Hurt like a bitch back then. It was certainly going to hurt now. Forsaking modesty, he struck hard and true with a shit-eating grin. 1,000 years of death. A girlish shriek split the air and Winter's aura abruptly flatlined with an ominous crack. Momentum caught up with the surly Schnee a moment later. She did not simply leave the ring. Oh no. To say so would have been a lie. Winter did not walk out of the ring, nor did she run. She certainly didn't crawl. Nay, she rocketed out of the haze and past the boundary, clutching her rear like an embarrassed schoolgirl as she hollered her lungs out. Her butt struck the ground once and bounced, skidded, then bounced again. Out! Ironwood's arm slammed down on the podium, all but sealing her defeat, leaving her firmly out of the ring. The noise reactivated Winter. What? At her cry, the crowd, curiously quiet in the wake of Winter's short-lived flight, erupted into noise. Naruto sketched a graceless bow for them. He couldn't tell if they were with him or against him. Meh! A small part of him wondered if they had seen his little trick. The rest didn't care. He was too busy laughing. He'd already committed this moment to memory. He would forever remember the mortified expression Winter Schnee wore. Those wide ice blue eyes wide, her jaw hanging open, face red as a rose. His gaze met hers. She knew exactly what he'd done. And by the log, he was never going to let her live this down. Naruto laughed even harder. Priceless. Chapter 4. Remarkable. You really do have an unfaltering sense of right and wrong, don't you? You don't hesitate. You never falter. I envy you that. Nah, I stumble more than most. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. I stumble. I fall. I just get back up again, you know? I have a favor to ask of you. If I ever go down a dark path, if my semblance consumes me, stop me. Sure thing, big guy. You do something stupid? I'll call you on your crap. That's a bit crass, but I can appreciate the sentiment. Tilda a general and a shinobi. Question everything. Robin Hill considered herself a cautious sort. Oh, she wasn't afraid of taking risks, mind you. She simply understood danger better than most. Sometimes the risk was well worth the reward. Sometimes it wasn't. Sometimes you had to take a gamble. Sometimes it paid off. Sometimes it didn't. That was life. You had to fight for every scrap you had, or someone could and would take it from you. The academy hadn't taught her that. Mantle had. She'd seen the disparity between the rich and the poor. She had learned that life was cruel. If you wanted change, you had to fight for it. Be it with words or weapons, you must fight. A small smile touched her face as she touched the screen of her scroll again. The footage replayed once more. She had founded the Happy Huntresses to fight. She was running for a seat on that bloody council because someone had to fight. She wanted to bring people together, give them a better chance at life. And the footage playing before her, well, it only further solidified that belief that she'd been right to fight all along. Suffice to say, she felt safe in betting on this. And why shouldn't she? It was already blazing across news outlets everywhere. Everyone loved a good headline after all. Green Cadet makes fool of Atlas specialist. Smug Schnee silenced. Just reading it made her feel warm in all the right places. Jacques would be seething after this. Good. Rotten old bastard could suck a lemon for all she cared. Her smile deepened as she watched the video feed one last time. Winter sailed through the hair and struck the ground in an undignified heap. Out, came Ironwood's cry. Robin stared intently, willing herself to focus. A young man with striking blue eyes and blonde hair sauntered past the Schnee's prone form, uncaring as she scowled at him in defeat. Some words were exchanged between them, but she couldn't hear either over the roar of the crowd. Whatever was said had Winter stalking off like an unruly child. The blonde waved at her, retreating back, whiskered cheeks dimpled in a smile too genuine to be forced. Soldiers closed ranks around him, and he was hurried away to parts unknown. Too little, too late. Robin got a good look at his face. It was all she needed. So that's him, huh? She'd heard rumours of this person in months gone by, snippets secreted out by her spies up in Atlas. A miracle found in the ice. A remnant of a bygone age. She hadn't believed it then, had thought it little more than some cover-up for another one of the General's projects. But seeing was believing, or so the saying went. Robin had seen, and now she believed. She believed that this boy of not even 20 years had bested one of Ironwood's top fighters. She believed Ironwood had allowed this be leaked to the press. She believed that he was up to something. Someone might say it was staged, of course. Others would argue that it was a trap. Robin disagreed. The top brass up in Atlas did so love their bloody spectacles. No, someone was showing off and she was determined to get to the bottom of it. This would change everything. Anyone who could make sport of a specialist was someone she wanted on her side. Kicking her feet up on her desk, the aspiring councilwoman silenced her scroll and began to make calls. 0.0, 0.0. The attack came with little warning. Naruto never sensed his assailant coming until they were well and truly upon him. One moment he was sound asleep in the splendid serenity of his brand new bed. His addled mind would later balk at the notion of sleeping within what he believed to be a dream and basking in the sweet, sweet afterglow of a well-deserved victory over Winter. In the next, his sixth sense shrilled a warning. Alert! 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 Threat incoming! The blonde jolted upright with a hiss. It wasn't enough to save him. His door crashed open with a resounding bang. You were sensational yesterday. Steel was only slightly less glib in the back of his head. I believe that would be Penny. In vain, Naruto rolled over onto his back, grabbed a pillow and buried his head beneath it. Penny, no! Go away! I'm trying to sleep. Indeed, he was quite ready to cling to said pillow if Penny tried to rip it away. She wasn't the sort to understand conventional norms or the need to sleep. Still, if she wanted to wrest him from these blankets, she had another thing coming. He was prepared to fight to the bitter end, to stay in bed. Oh? Are you asleep? She sounded almost sad. Like a kicked puppy, really. Well, in that case, Naruto wrestled down the twinge of guilt and resolved himself to keep his eyes closed. He felt bad, but she'd gotten the hint. He'd be more than happy to recount yesterday's victory a few hours from now, when it wasn't the crack of dawn. When he was awake, he listened intently, prepared to hear the door close and the sound of her footfalls receding into the distance. Since he refused to come to her, surely she'd let him be. Penny might not understand some social cues, but surely she'd realize he was tired. Part of him expected that. Sal? What was she on about? Why did he have a bad feeling about this? Patience Tilda. Naruto did not expect her to leap onto said bed, right into his lap, and nearly crush his pelvis. He certainly felt it. He jolted upright immediately, wheezing for breath. Penny, why? There. You're awake now. She predicted it, of course. The moment he sat up, her impossibly strong arms seized him in a crushing hug, and he was lost. Penny! His legs kicked out, flailing against the sheets as the excitable girl squeezed him with all her surprising strength. Ribs! Can't. Breathe. I cannot believe you won that fast it was incredible. Penny didn't seem to hear his protests, or if she did, she summarily ignored them. She was too busy babbling happily over his triumph as she buried her head in the crook of his neck. Naruto tried to rise, but her legs were most noticeably in the way, pinning him in place. Under less painful circumstances, Naruto might have appreciated the rather unique position he found himself in. Instead, the poor warrior could only grimace as her grip enfolded his chest and squeezed tenfold. That's nice. His world was going black. Ouch. Oh dear. Hey, Steel? His partner perked up. Yes? His vision began to dim. I think I see a light. A light? She paused, then porked. No. Do not walk towards it. You'd best release him, Penny. A new voice called from the hallway. I think he's had enough. Why? There was a pause, and he felt the girl lift her head from his shoulder. I do not understand, sir. I thought everyone liked hugs. Most certainly do. Through blurry eyes, Naruto craned his neck and beheld a familiar bearded visage near the door. But you're suffocating him. Penny beamed back at him, green eyes full of light and life. And you're hurting him, Penny. He needs to breathe. Naruto absolutely wheezed. Yes, please. Even with his world nearly gone dark, he beheld the moment of abject horror when it dawned in her eyes. It would be been cute if she weren't killing him. I'm so sorry. The crushing pain in his ribs abated a moment later. I wasn't aware. He flopped back to the bed. Forgiven. Good Lord, you hit like a truck. Are you certain? She squirmed in his lap. I do not wish to cause you distress. Her head bobbed, but for reasons he didn't understand, Penny made no effort whatsoever to dislodge herself. Another alarm banged off in the back of his head, but he was too busy gulping down great lungfuls of air to care. His vision snapped back and the colours of the world crept in. Too close. Death by glomping. He hadn't thought it possible before. Seemed there was a first time for everything. Even in a dream. Even after his little brush with death, his delusion persisted, seeking to shield his fractured psyche from a rather unpleasant conclusion. It's fine. With one final cough, he waved away her concern. Maybe don't squeeze so hard next time, yeah? Penny nodded again, but she didn't budge. Are you going to move? She blinked innocently. I am comfortable here, thank you. Ironwood muttered something under his breath and finally deigned to enter the room. Wisely, he locked the door behind him. Let's not tell Pietro about this, shall we? Naruto stole a glance at the man as Penny continued to fuss over him. He looked content, happy even. Perhaps he was amused by their antics. Maybe they reminded him of happier times. Who could say? Regardless, he seemed less stressed than yesterday. Naruto preened a little at the sight. Good. If he had his way, James would be smiling every day. Wasn't right for one man to suffer so much for his country and receive nothing but misery in return. How are you feeling? Pretty good for a dead man. He grinned despite himself. Is it just the two of you today? He noticed a curious absence near Ironwood's right side. Where's the Ice Queen? James granted him a rueful smile of his own. Sleeping off a hangover. I'm afraid she's rather cross with you. Naruto's grin grew just a little more. It broke the ice. Now why ever would that be? I believe it has something to do with her defeat, Penny chirruped happily. He patted her head. Yes, I gathered that much. Despite the chaos that followed in the wake of Winter's defeat, few appeared to have witnessed the final blow. Naruto suspected Ironwood was one of a said few. If Penny had seen it, she didn't seem terribly angry about it, which was a good thing given that she'd nearly crushed him just now. The general had certainly spirited him away quickly enough afterwards and remained decidedly tight-lipped about the whole affair since. Fine by him. He had a room all his own now, with no one the wiser Tilda. He'd forgotten about Steel. What is 1,000 years of death? Quick as a flash, Naruto clamped down on those words. No. Nothing to worry about. I'll tell you when you're older. Yes, well, James coughed into a fist to hide his smile. You won quite handily, excluding that last bit. Am I to understand that you held nothing back? Nah. If I went all out, she'd be a stain on the ground. Not that I'd do that. When the general blanched, he waved both hands and hastened to clarify. I don't kill if I can help it. Penny leaned against him. Not even Grim? That's different. From what you've told me, they're mindless monsters. I don't kill people. Good to hear. The stress faded from Ironwood's worn face. That said, if you're as skilled as you claim to be, perhaps I should try my luck against you someday. Naruto perked up. What, you want to spar? Here? Now? Penny's hand snapped up. I'd like to join in as well. Some of their eagerness must have shown through, for the commander proved quick to stave them off. Later, perhaps. We have a busy month ahead of us. Double teaming me, eh? Naruto clicked his tongue, but his smile lacked any real rancor. That's hardly fair. Yes, the more he thought of it, the more he warmed to the idea. Something told him it would be a novel experience. He'd torn through the Aesops, and Winter had only provided a modicum of challenge. Penny, well, she wasn't bound by human limits. James looked like he knew his way around a battlefield too. Better than Winter, surely. And if it was 2 against 1, well, he might actually have to try. Huh, I think I'd like that. Oh, Penny cried out suddenly, startling them both. I nearly forgot. Forgot what? Naruto edged away, wary of another flying tackle. He wouldn't be caught unawares again. Moi Tilda. She threw her arms around his neck. Naruto grunted in surprise, but the contact proved brief. Something soft alighted upon the right side of Naruto's cheek, and his world ground to a halt. Steel made a noise of confusion and possibly dismay in the back of his head. He mirrored it. His jaw clicked open. What was that for? I said I would give the victor of yesterday's match a kiss. Penny leaned back with a guileless smile pure as the driven snow, wholly unaware of the significance of what she'd just done. Did you not remember? Her brow furrowed. Is that not a suitable reward? A slow flush crawled up the back of his neck. Ironwood made a noise somewhere between a sigh and a snort. Naruto pounced on the distraction for what it was. So, he stifled a yawn as Penny settled against his left side. She was oddly warm, and her closeness sang to something deep in his tired old soul. I know you didn't come down here to shoot the breeze with me. Did you need something, or... Ironwood at last had the grace to look chagrined. Unfortunately so. I had intended to take you meet Freya this morning to see if you could heal her, but... Hai looked away with a grimace. But what? Naruto pushed himself up on the points of his elbows. I'm sorry to bother you with business so early in the morning, but I'm afraid we have something of a problem. The blonde leaned back against his bed. Huh, soft. And that is? Jacques Schnee wants to meet with you. His right ear twitched. Schnee? Her father. His head crashed back onto the pillow. Steele. Got anything on him? Accessing database. His eyes whirled at the sudden deluge of information, but the words that followed left him laughing. Classification. Douchebag. Recommend immediate swift kick in the posterior. Huh, neat. A blonde brow quirked in mild amusement. Didn't think you could be that sassy. To Ironwood, he said otherwise. Can't you just tell him to buzz off? I just got up for crying out loud. It's not that simple. For the first time since they'd met, something akin to unease flitted across the general's bearded visage. May I sit? Naruto gestured, and the man pulled up a chair, spun it around, and sat with his arms braced across it. What followed was a brisk discussion on what the SDC was, how it was run, and why they couldn't simply ignore Jacques Schnee, no matter how much they might wish to. By the end of it, Naruto knew several things he'd rather not know. Some of them were rather unpleasant. Still, he couldn't fault James for sharing the knowledge, even if it did put a very large fracture in his "this is all a dream" theory and whatnot. And if it wasn't, no. He didn't want to think about that. He mustn't. It threatened to shatter him. Penny patted his hand and the world snapped back. In short, Ironwood summarized, steeping his fingers, the SDC is already at odds with me, and much of the military due the recent embargo I've enforced. I've already explained the reason, of course. Naruto's head bobbed and he bulled on ahead with a grave look. We cannot afford an infiltration attempt. Jacques hasn't been happy about it, but until recently he's not done anything more than complain. Even his recent efforts to run for a seat on the council haven't been all that overt. Naruto swung one leg over the bed. I take it something's changed in the last 24 hours. It has. The general's shoulders sagged with stress. As of this morning, Jacques Schnee threatened to stop supplying us with dust entirely. What? Unless you meet with him. Naruto nearly suffered whiplash. Why me? It was a very strange request. Penny agreed. I'm afraid we don't know. Ironwood temporized. But the threat is real. Jacques is a spiteful man. I wouldn't put it past him to do this, even if it costs him the election. Something twisted in Naruto's chest. He had a bad feeling about this. Jacques Schnee. He'd never met the man, never laid eye on him, but if he was anything like Winter, anything at all, this would end poorly. More than that, he just couldn't shake the niggling sense of dread that followed. Why was Jacques so keen on meeting him? Did it have something to do with Winter's defeat? That was the easy answer, of course, but life was seldom easy. No, there was more to this. He just knew it. Can't I just say no? Steele backed him up, the smallest whisper in the back of his head, barely audible over his thoughts. I would advise against it. James winced. That is your right. You're not under my command. I can't force you to do anything, but we need your help. His expression said it all. The unspoken words lingered in the air. Naruto slumped in defeat. Fine, I'll do it, but only because you asked so nicely. Excellent. I'll fetch Winter and we'll be off. Naruto blanched. Wait, what? 0.0. Wait, what? Much to Naruto's dismay, Winter flung those very same words back in Ironwood's face when they came to get her. He couldn't much blame her for it. All told, the specialist looked awful. Hair was free from its traditional bun, now a tangled white mess tumbling down her back. Her uniform appeared rumpled and dirty. She'd likely slept in it, dark circles rimming her eyes, and she sported rather prominent bruise around her right eye. She certainly looked a sight. Those words only made it worse. Sir, I must have misunderstood you. She leaned against the door frame that led to her quarters, almost trying to hide behind it from her superior. You want me to visit my father with him? When the ever-curious youth tried to lean around and peek inside, she promptly blocked him with her body and swatted him on the nose besides. Naruto grinned, undaunted, and ducked under her arm. If she was going to act like a petty child, then so be it. Two could play this game. Wow, sure is a mess in there. He grinned up at her. Did someone throw a temper tantrum after their loss? Winter chucked a shoe at him. Go away. What's the matter? Got something to hide in there? One brow waggled at her. Some dirty laundry, or maybe a diary? Penny's head peeked over his shoulder. Father mentioned those. I wonder what's inside. What? No, Penny! Winter's face turned a raging shade of pink. You need to leave. Penny wilted like a plucked rose. But I thought we were friends. And now Winter went ghost white. Really, it was too easy to tease her, especially with Penny's unknowing assistance. Really, Winter made it too easy. He took her by the shoulder and pulled her into his chest, stroking tiny circles between her shoulders until she began to calm down. All the while, the silly Schnee glowered at him. Oh, now look what you did. You hurt her feelings. Why, you little... Winter actually balked at that before she managed to master herself, bless her frosty soul. Penny, I didn't mean to insult you. She straightened and clasped both hands behind her back, undoubtedly trying to muster some small air of dignity despite her dishevelled appearance. I simply do not wish to have anyone in my quarters at present. Truly? See? All better. Naruto pulled away from a now smiling Penny and offered Winter his hand. Then can we be friends? The Schnee regarded his fingers as if they were a poisonous snake. Absolutely not! Ironwood pinched the brow of his nose. Must you tease her so? I must. He sketched a sweeping bow. It is a great need I cannot ignore. Ironwood tapped his foot. We need an answer, specialist. Her brow furrowed. With all due respect, sir. Naruto snorted. Why is it whenever someone says, with all due respect, they really mean kiss my ass? Winter glowered pale blue daggers at him. This is a terrible idea. Absolutely horrid. I cannot countenance this. I won't. Winter. James proved just as unyielding as his surname. Naruto may not be under my command, but you are. Must I make this an order? I don't want to go back. It was a strange thing to see a grown woman wilt like that. Or was she still drunk? She certainly smelled like it. While she was distracted, Naruto flicked a glance past her and into her quarters. It really was a mess in there, now that he could see properly. The walls were covered with slash marks, and her bedding shredded. Bottles littered the floor. At the sight of them, his glee began to wither away. He'd thought her a stuck-up prude before, but to see that her defeat had rattled her this badly. There it was again. The notion that this might not be a dream. He'd actually hurt Winter. Were those real tears in her eyes? Steele, am I a bad person? She replied almost immediately. I lack the data to make such an assessment. I am sorry. Wholly unaware of their conversation, Penny was quick to console Winter. We are not asking you to, friend Winter. It's merely a visit. You don't understand. The bedraggled specialist stabbed a finger Naruto, drawing him out of his self-reflection. Father wants me to... She seemed to struggle with the word for one might moment before she forced it past her lips. He wants me to seduce this oaf. Naruto clicked his tongue in mild reproval. Well, mission failed there, soldier. Winter lunged at him. Ironwood caught her by the shoulder. Enough! You will do this. Do I make myself clear? Winter slumped, defeated. Yes, sir. His gaze sought Naruto's next. Can I trust you to behave? Doesn't mean much to me one way or the other. The blonde shrugged, feeling strangely chastised. Like he'd disappointed an uncle. Not a superior, but family. He didn't much like the feeling, and so capitulated. But sure, I'm willing to be civil, if she is. Winter flipped him off behind Ironwood's back, but subsided when the general looked her way. Be civil to him, the both of you, but don't make any promises. We need him to back off. Naruto raised a hand. James quirked a brow at him, but the blonde didn't relent. Was there something else? Yep. The whiskered warrior smacked his lips. I just thought of something. If he doesn't comply, can I kick his ass? He sounds like a jerk. Technically speaking, James thumbed his bearded chin. Should Jacques Schnee refuse to comply after meeting you and deny my military essential dust, that would be treason. Behind him, Winter quelled at that. If he decides to be difficult, you're welcome to take him into custody. And yes, a small smile plucked at the corner of his mouth, I see that look in your eye. If he resists said arrest, you're welcome to use force. Naruto beamed, feeling a weight lift for his shoulders. Great, I'll remember that. Winter frowned. Are you coming with us, sir? I'm afraid not. Duty calls. 0.0, 0.0. Is this what a date feels like? Naruto palmed his face as they walked. Penny, no. But we've gone out together, she argued, matching his argument stride for stride as they walked. Father says that is what young people call a date. Have I made a mistake? I believe she is correct. Steele's voice chirruped in his ear. Father told me much the same. I have a similar term in my databanks. Right then. The facepalming intensified tenfold. Both of you. You're not wrong per se, but you're not right either. A date is, he grimaced, realizing he had no prior experience to speak of. Well, whatever it is, it sure as hell ain't this. I think I need to have a word with your old man once we're done here. Strong words. Of course, both girls protested at that, for all the wrong reasons. But why, whatever for? Pietro was screwing with him. He just knew it. No one was this naive. This was the furthest thing from a date he could imagine. Not when he could feel Winter glaring a hole in his back. Are you quite done? He sighed. Yeah, I'm walking. Geez. It had taken a few hours to make themselves, or rather Winter, presentable enough to face the world. But here they were. Winter cleaned up nicely. Not a hair out of place, her uniform clean and pressed once more, only a touch of cosmetics to conceal her black eye. She looked perfectly normal. If he hadn't seen her earlier, he wouldn't have guessed that anything was wrong at all. Her stance was only a little unsteady, and she disguised it as a brisk march rather than reveal weakness. She'd chosen to walk behind them for reasons he didn't understand. No. Now that he thought about it, she probably intended to fling them both at Jacques and bolt the first chance she got. He was almost relieved when the three of them finally reached their destination. Jacques Schnee was not a good person. Naruto it well before the man opened his mouth. He just had that air about him. Oily. Greasy. Someone who would sell his own kin if it earned him a profit. His appearance didn't make a good case for him on that front either. Thin and wiry with white hair, a great pale drooping caterpillar of a moustache and beady blue eyes besides, he rather reminded him of a weasel. He awaited them on the steps of the Schnee Manor alone, like some preening peacock, standing above the world, determined to remind everyone that they were beneath him. Steele echoed his thoughts. I repeat my earlier assessment. Kick him. Kick him hard. It was everything that Naruto had come to dislike about Atlas wrapped up in an arrogant, albeit tidy package. His gaze flicked over the man one last time, searching for something to remark upon, some redeeming quality that might stand in defiance of all that nastiness. He tried to find something. Really. Truly he did. He found none. This was Winter's father. He almost pitied her. Almost. Just this once he held his tongue. Steele had no such reservations. I do not like him. You and me both. Naruto whispered back as they approached. What was it with Schnees and the colour white? Jacques wore way too much. It made his eyes hurt. From what little he'd managed to garner, the man wasn't even a Schnee by blood. He'd managed to marry into the family name some time ago. No doubt his ego had swelled since then. Was he ever a good person, or just born wrong? Who could say? Naruto shoved away the faint feeling of negativity and willed himself to focus. They were close now, well within striking distance. No further! Jacques held out a hand before they could fully ascend the steps. The arrogant bastard. Winter and Penny stopped, forcing him to do the same. Father, Winter inclined her head in a stiff nod. You asked to see us? Finally awake, are you? Much to Naruto's infinite chagrin, the businessman ignored his daughter entirely and focused on him. I understand you made a fool of my daughter. Penny went stiff, her cheery smile fading into a frown. Winter absolutely hissed. Naruto winced for them both. Yeah, that was me. Good. The businessman preened instead. She should know her place. Thank you for teaching it to her. A muscle jumped in the blonde's jaw. Excuse me? That's your daughter you're talking about. Jacques unbent enough to blink at him. Slowly. And? Naruto bristled. No. He shook it off. Calm down. Well, you asked for me. I'm here. What did you want? I wanted to have a look at you, the elder Schnee said at length, to see the boy who is the talk of Atlas and Mantle alike. His moustache twitched into a scowl. Now that I have seen you for myself, I am not impressed. That my daughter would lose to a wastrel such as yourself clearly shows she hasn't kept up her training. Wasn't he contradicting himself? He'd complimented him only a moment ago. Blasted doublespeak! Naruto dared a glance over his shoulder. He didn't like what he found there. She said not a word. She didn't have to. Winter was a statue of purest ice, rigid and unmoving. Her eyes were another matter. She looked all of an instant from reaching for her saber. A small part of him wanted to let her. You are rude. Penny's frown became a scowl as she finally found her voice. I do not like you. Jacques scoffed at her. I am hardly concerned with the opinion of Pietro's puppet. Know your place, girl. Right then. Naruto exhaled. Inhaled just as quickly. Thanks ever so much for those words just now. Really, I appreciate it. Jacques blinked. I beg your pardon? I'm thanking you. A rare, genuine smile plucked at his whiskered cheeks. You don't care one iota for her or your family, which means I needn't feel bad about what comes next. But for the sake of formality, he cleared his throat, I don't suppose you'd be willing to supply the army with dust again? I will not, you churl. That's fair. Will you apologize to Winter, then? Behind him, the younger Schnee stiffened. Just a little. Jacques, of course, missed it by a country smile. I shall do no such thing. She's no daughter of mine. Great! Naruto's grin due to shit-eating proportions. Then we're on the same page. A quick thought sent a pulse inward. Steel? Yes. Nanites to my right arm, please. Maximum density. You're going to punch him, aren't you? He grinned and started to crack his knuckles one by one, with extreme prejudice. What's this now? Hearing him, Jacques bridled. You dare speak to me as such, you filthy little Kurgak. Clenched knuckles barreled into his nose, bloodying it and all but casting him down onto the steps. Naruto stalked after him, knuckles already hardening as he wound up for a second blow. Jacques crawled backward quick as he could, which wasn't much at all. The sight reminded Naruto of something he'd seen in an alley once as a boy. A white mouse trying to flee from a black cat. The mouse didn't last long. Neither did Jacques. The man threw a blind punch at him, one which was shunted aside with careless ease. An elbow dented his face in recompense for his temerity. Jacques went down again, cradling his cheek. Winter looked on, wide-eyed and silent as the grave. All the while, her father raged against what was happening to him. It made not a lick of difference. You can't do this to me. Do you have any idea who I am? Pretty sure this is a dream, so you don't matter. Naruto let his smile take on an angry edge, one that wasn't entirely feigned. Penny, get the cuffs. We're taking him in. His partner saluted and prepared to do just that. For what crime? And did you say this was dream? Jacques' face began to turn an alarming shade of puce. Are you mad? This reality, you twit. When my lawyers get a hold of you, oh, you will rue the day. He was still speaking when a sniper round tore through the back of his head and burst his skull burst like an overripe melon. Blood spattered the three of them, Naruto, Winter and Penny both. Winter blinked rapidly, not quite comprehending what just transpired. Penny jerked back and dropped the cuffs, terribly startled. Naruto flung an arm outward, trying to protect her as his brain finally caught up with the horror he'd beheld. He hadn't done that! Steel? That wasn't me. His partner sounded just as startled. Someone shot him. The round came from far away. I don't know where. Everything unfolded in slow motion. To their horror, Jacques didn't fall. Not at first. His headless corpse swayed on limp legs for a long, ponderous moment, reeling from side to side like a drunkard at last call. Abruptly, it pitched forward onto the steps, hitting each one on the way down like a scraggly tree before falling into the street. Feet. Blood pooled into the cobblestones. With one final lurch, the Schnee magnate went still. An awful silence filled the air between them. And then, Winner's shrill scream pierced the afternoon. Father! Chapter 5. I will keep moving forward until Salem is destroyed. I will sacrifice everything to stop her. But you don't have to, James. You have friends. Let us help you. You don't have to bear this burden alone, you know. That's what heroes do, General. They laugh at the odds. Besides, if you do something stupid, I'll slap metal right out of you. And if I didn't, Penny certainly would. So no bombs. If Salem and her forces come here, I'll deal with them myself. They won't know what hit them. Tyrion certainly didn't. Might I ask how you intend to deal with Salem herself? If she's truly immortal, as those girls say, if she can't be killed. But I've dealt with immortals before. Just trust me, all right? Trust in me as I trusted in you. All right. Sometimes I wonder where I would be without your advice. Let's not talk about that, shall we? Tilde the future, weight of the world. James knew his limits. There were some words that shouldn't be said, some lines that shouldn't be crossed, some things that you just shouldn't do. Every action caused an equal and opposite reaction. Every choice held consequences. Even the tiniest pebble flung into a pond could create ripple, one that might become the mightiest of waves. A good general learned to accept them, to live with the ramifications of their decisions, to honor those they had lost and move on. Such was life. An excellent general remembered every fallen soldier, every accident, every disaster, and learned from them. A truly great general swore to be better. Metal was a constant temptation in that regard. His semblance made things easy, tempting even to simply switch his emotions off and let cold logic guide him. There had been a moment, a brief one, in the aftermath of the attack when he'd actually considered turning Atlas upside down in the search for Jacques' killer. The Schnee weren't well liked among the Faunus community. Perhaps the assassin might be lurking there. Perhaps they might be flushed out if one caused enough havoc. He'd dismissed it, of course. Altus and Mantle were his to protect. One could not exist without the other. Nor could they survive without the young man he was about to confront. Steeling himself, he knocked on the door once more. No one responded, just as before. James resisted the urge to simply tear the door off its hinges. It made sense that he wouldn't want to be disturbed after the horrors he had seen. He'd cooped himself up in there for the last week, after all. James sighed and keyed in the override code instead. It parted with a soft chime. A put-upon sigh greeted him as he entered the room. Come to check up on me, have you? How did you know I was coming? Steele hacked the cameras. She was bored. Not for the first time, Ironwood found himself intensely grateful she was on their side. Sprawled across his cot with one leg dangling haphazardly over the edge, Naruto refused to look at him. Listless eyes gazed at a point just below ceiling with manic focus, to the exclusion of everything else. James soon saw why. Chakra swirled through the whiskered warrior's upturned fingers, silently maintaining a small sphere of condensed wind. It hovered just above his chest, bobbing and swaying as he weaved both hands about to manipulate the air currents. His fingers twitched, pulling the air apart, forcing it into a cohesive shape that mere air couldn't create. A sword was formed. Now a shield. The shape of a girl, distant and indistinct. What is that? An idea, the boy muttered. Something to pass the time. A pall of painful silence stretched between shinobi and general alike. Finally, James could hold his tongue no longer. How are you holding up? Naruto laughed. It was a bitter and rusty sound, a noise that caromed off the confines of his room to slap James across the face. He knew the sound well. It was the sound of a man who had his entire worldview turned on its head. No doubt he was listless, restless, devoid of hope. Confined to his quarters, he had been very much alone with his thoughts for quite some time. And dark thoughts they seemed to be. How do you think? I watched a man die. He clapped his hands, and his creations vanished. I keep seeing the scene replay in my mind. Just pop. He smacked his lips and shook his head. I once watched a man with these very same eyes bring back the dead. He mused, touching one hand to a Rinnegan orb. Sounds fantastic, doesn't it? Instant respawns. He kept speaking, quashing a sea of hope before it could take root in the general's heart. But I don't know how. I don't think I can. A lone finger tapped his head. I remember the hand seals. I was there when he did it, but when I tried it didn't work. His brow turned stormy. There's a block. I can't figure out how to get around it. James didn't know what to say to that. In the end, he settled for silence. When next Naruto spoke, his voice sounded incredibly small. This ain't a dream, is it? Despite his best attempts to maintain a stoic facade, Ironwood winced. Beliefs were a fragile thing. He knew that more than most. Naruto's delusion that this was just that a dream had been a crutch, one he'd leaned on heavily, until reality stripped it away. Life was cruel like that. Sometimes it was best to just tear the bandage off and be done with it. No, he straightened his back and steeled his heart. Isn't. Winter has been placed on psychiatric leave. I thought you should know. Naruto flinched. James knew why. She hates me. Winter wouldn't speak to him. To either of them. She'd refused any all contact and shut herself away in the Schnee Manor with her mother. James couldn't blame her. Whatever and whoever Jacques might have been, at the end of the day, he was still her father. It wasn't an easy thing to lose a parent, least of all when they were gunned down right in front of you. Sometimes, James wondered if he should feel bad about the death of Jacques. He didn't. Oh, he pitied Winter for the pain she was in, and he empathized with the sheer shock Naruto suffered. But beyond that, nothing. Perhaps that made him cruel. He didn't think so. Remnant was well rid of the bastard. His killer had done the world a service. As far as he was concerned, they deserved a medal for their services, if the investigation produced any results. As things stood, it didn't seem so. His killer had covered their tracks with meticulous care. Pity. He would have liked to recruit them. Skills like that were best used in service to one's kingdom. Not that he would ever give voice to such thoughts, of course. Your innocence isn't in question here. He spoke slowly, careful not to upset the young man sprawled out before him. Penny recorded everything. The courts would be foolish to prosecute you. Some would try the fools. Jacques had many friends. Powerful friends. Even dead, the man still haunted them. A muscle jumped in his jaw. If anyone tries to press charges against you, I'll bury them. His fist slammed against the wall, pounding a vicious dent into the steel. I will not see an innocent man clapped in irons for a crime he did not commit, even if I have to storm the council myself, and that shocked Naruto out of his stupor. James! I'm sorry. Ironwood reeled back, realizing what he'd nearly said, what he had honestly contemplated, if only for a moment. I let my anger get the better of me. It won't happen again. Then talk me through it. Here at last, Naruto sat up. Tell me what happens next. Next? There was still so much to do, so much to know. Calm. He must remain calm. He couldn't let metal consume him. It was so easy to rely on it, to simply become the machine and harden his heart to all else. He'd been better once, a fresh-faced recruit, pure in his dreams and ambitions, before he'd found his semblance, before the dual weight of headmaster and general fell upon his shoulders, before so many things. In the end, soldiers were only as capable as their morale. Naruto was no soldier. He was so much more than that. And he owed him an explanation. It certainly doesn't reflect well upon me. He began to pace, keenly aware of the blonde's piercing gaze upon him. Some will say I had a hand in this, of course. Even if I didn't seek to silence Jacques, they will claim I had something to gain from his death. Did you? No. He was a nuisance, and our kingdom is well rid of him. But I did not kill the man. You have my word. Naruto frowned at him, those rimmed violet eyes flecked with hints of blue. James wondered if the boy believed him. He hoped so. He'd crossed his fair share of lines in the past, but he liked to believe he was somewhat above murdering a man in cold blood. He was many things, But he wasn't a murderer. He wouldn't let himself fall that far. He refused. He'd sooner take a gun to his head. All right. Naruto leaned back, a bit of life returning to his eyes. I believe you. James blinked, briefly taken aback. Just like that. Course. The boy wrinkled his nose. You're a good guy, James. Just under a lot of stress. More than he knew. Besides, I've gotten better about sensing lies. You're telling the truth. Those eerie eyes regarded him anew, watching him intently. You had no part in his death. He pushed himself off the cot and stood, wincing only a little at his stiffness. Go on, I'm listening. Naturally, Ironwood resumed his pacing. My enemies and I have more than I care to admit will use this against me. There will be an inquiry. Naruto frowned. What does that mean? It's pointless bureaucracy. Nothing you need concern yourself with. You should go out. Get some fresh air. Take some time to recuperate. Otherworldly eyes flashed. James, let me help. Ironwood pinched the brow of his nose, trying to stifle a strange fusion of a smile and a sigh. So curious, this one. That was good. Maybe he needed someone to question him. He'd grown too used to acting with complete autonomy. Unquestioned, unchallenged, he had made mistakes. Perhaps this was for the best. Checks and balances, that sort of thing. You already gave your statement. James reassured him quickly before doubt could creep in. It's mostly paperwork at this point. Naruto flopped back down to the bed with a groan. Yeah, can't really help with that. I thought not. Would you like to see Penny then? She's been guarding Freya. With the sudden death of Jacques, he'd feared the worse. But now, 7 days later, nothing came of it. I'm sure she's missed you. Naruto's head rose. Understanding dawned in his eyes as the flickered back into his true blue. You thought she'd be attacked? I did. Clearly I was too cautious. A faint smile creased his bearded visage. Perhaps it's time we relieved her? Naruto shot out the door like a heat-seeking missile. 0.0, 0.0. Hello, Tilda! Penny was indeed delighted to be relieved from her lonely vigil at Freya's side. She was delighted to see Naruto as well. She was not delighted by the sight of the dark circles around his eyes, however. Naruto looked tired, worn in a way he had not been before, as if he'd barely eaten or slept at all in the last few days. A quick scan confirmed her suspicions. That would not do. He was her friend after all. Friends looked after one another, and she did not like seeing him like this. Naruto was meant to be happy. He was supposed to smile, not slink into the room looking like a kicked puppy. And if Naruto was unhappy, that meant her sister, Steel, was also unhappy in his head. That distressed Penny even more. It made her angry. Penny did not like being angry. Well, she knew one way to remedy their woes. Father always told her this method was most effective when it came to relieving stress. Code red. Target acquired. Green eyes narrowed with intent. Taking aim. Prepping thrusters. Fire at will. Naruto grunted in surprise as Penny's head slammed into his chest in a sudden tackle. Anyone else would have been flattened or knocked down. The blonde merely stepped back half a pace. Penny pounced, utilizing that brief moment of blank uncertainty to wrap her arms around his chest, all but pinning his arms to his side. There. Now he couldn't wriggle free. Mission accomplished. He blinked down at her. What are you doing? Do you feel better now? Guileless green eyes looked up at him intently. Father tells me hugs fix everything. Naruto trembled a little in her arms, but not from fear. I am prepared to hug you as long as I must. When he opened his mouth to argue, her smile only redoubled. You may struggle if you wish. Her ally frowned. Penny, let me go already! She shook her head, sending her hair swaying. I will not. Behind them, Ironwood actually chuckled. Best do as she says, son. There's no stopping her when she's like this. Indeed, she chirruped, delighted with the general's assessment. I believe Father has a term for a situation such as this. Long lashes fluttered in a brief blink. Shut up and accept my generosity. Yes! I believe that is the phrase. Non et alright. You are a good person, Naruto? Penny forced herself to speak slowly, trying to make him understand, willing her words to reach him through the mental walls he'd flung up. A bit silly, perhaps, but I like that. Her cheeks dimpled in a smile. I am glad to have met you. She paused, waiting to see if he'd struggle free. When he didn't, she bawled on. What happened to Jacques is not your fault. His face twitched, and she knew she'd struck a chord deep inside of him. Winter will understand someday. He died because of me. If I'd just controlled myself, if I'd been aware, I could have done something. No. Penny shook her head. The bullet killed him. Not you. You're our innocent. She said I'm a monster. That it's my fault he got shot? Winter was consumed by grief, and in her grief she lashed out at those she deemed responsible. Naruto happened to be the closest target. Misguided though it might be, Penny found she could not fault the specialist. She suspected she would be. Cross should a disaster befall her own father. More than cross. She would be devastated. Would she lash out as Winter had? Difficult to say, but she would surely be upset. Then she is wrong. She pursed her lips in a scowl. Pay her words no mind. I punched him. His voice warbled. She sensed his resolve falter. Good. Penny huffed. He deserved that. Naruto muttered something then. She didn't hear it. Penny could not feel sensation as humans could. Even with nerve receptors, her ability to experience touch had ever proven limited. Nevertheless, she was aware when Naruto moved. The whiskered warrior made a noise torn somewhere between a gasp and a sob and collapsed against her. He shifted in her grasp, not to escape as she feared, but rather to wrap his arms around her waist. His chin came down around her shoulder and those arms tightened around her, not simply squeezing, but clinging, afraid she might evaporate at any moment. So she held him. Naruto didn't cry. He was too stubborn for that, even now. But he didn't let go either. Penny found she didn't mind. She wasn't sure how long they stood like that. Seconds? Minutes? Hours? Likely the former rather than the latter, but again, that suited her just fine. Hugs always made everyone feel better, sooner or later. Thanks, he croaked at last and stood just a bit straighter. I think I needed that. Steele says the same. His smile warmed Penny to her core and lifted the burden that had plagued her mainframe as of late. And yet, there was a silence. She couldn't bring herself release him. Why her chest hurt? She found herself spurred on by the sudden urge to cling onto him tighter, to whisper in his ear and tell him everything would be all right. She wanted to make him understand. Spirits he hadn't done anything wrong. Naruto chuckled, sounding more like himself. Penny, you can let go now. I'm good. Really? She held tight instead, trying to puzzle out this strange new feeling. Why didn't she want to let him go? She'd not felt this before. Such a strange feeling. A blonde eyebrow arched. Penny? Just a moment. Ahem. Ironwood coughed into the ensuing silence. I hate to interrupt, but I'm afraid I must ask. How is she? Penny winced but a little and released her best friend. Only then did she risk a glance at her charge. Freya hadn't said a word. Naturally, she was sound asleep. She'd been sleeping for quite some time now. It had begun to worry her. Would she ever wake up? Her health has declined, sir. We talked a bit yesterday. I think she recognized me in the beginning, but by the end she was rambling. Are you the one? Those words birthed a strange pain, felt a strange pain in Penny's chest. She should not be the one. That place was meant for friend Winter. Naruto scooted past her and moved to inspect Freya. You said you've given her some of my blood. We performed a transfusion, yes. James stepped up beside him and Penny followed. She stabilized for a time, but as you can see... Yeah, just a minute. He frowned. Sakura taught me a little, but I'm not very good at it. Penny watched Naruto intently as closed his eyes. Calloused palms rose, hovering a few inches over her Freya's head. They pulsed green for a moment, the glow faint and flickering. His brow furrowed. A bead of sweat ran down his jawline. Another beaded across his forehead. He made a noise of discontent. Steele? Penny couldn't hear her sibling in his head, but she must have said something Naruto disliked, for his scowl redoubled. Her auditory receptors detected the faintest whisper. This would be so much easier if I still had that mark. Damn it! He pulled away and wiped the sweat from his face. Physically, I can't find anything wrong with her beyond old age. It could be her mind. You said she was forgetting things. How old is she? Penny told him. Really? Naruto winced. Then it's a miracle she's still alive. James sighed. It's as I feared, then. There's nothing you can do? Nothing off the top of my head. The blonde demurred with a shrug. You could give her more of my blood if you're really keen on that, but she might not survive a transfusion. She's no spring chicken. She won't last much longer in any case. Hey, Naruto frowned. Don't talk about her like she isn't alive. And there it was. Penny felt a frown pluck at the corner of her mouth. Freya wasn't long for this world. It seemed cruel to admit aloud, but she'd been in decline for quite some time and faded more with each passing day. How much longer would she last? Weeks? Months? More? Less? From a logical perspective, it might be best to put her out of her misery. Her soul disagreed. A life was a life. To simply snuff Freya out for the sake of convenience felt wrong. Penny, you should know that Winter has threatened to resign from the military, Ironwood continued, confirming her worst fears. Even assuming she makes a full recovery and returns, she'll almost certainly have obligations in the SDC. Here at last, his craggy visage pursed in a grimace. It's a shame, really. I'd like nothing more than to leave it to her mother, but Willow's not crawled out of a bottle in years. I don't see why she would now. That said, here it comes. His gaze pinned Penny. In the future, we may need you to become the Winter Maiden. Naruto hissed in surprise. Penny blinked, rather taken aback herself. Once, twice, thrice. The strange tugging sensation in her chest returned, but this time a foreign feeling came with it. Fear of the unknown, uncertainty. She'd rarely experienced such before. She disliked this feeling. Pushing it back, she willed herself to meet her superior's gaze. What would be expected of me? Less than you think, really. James temporized with a raised hand. I have no intention of hiding you away as Ozpin did Amber. You should be out there on the front lines taking the fight to the enemy. Penny smiled. With my boyfriend? Naruto palmed his face. You really need to learn the proper meaning of that word. She tilted her head toward him. Do I? I believe I was using it correctly. After all, you are both a boy and my friend. The blonde coughed, and the tiniest smile plucked at Ironwood's face, like a weary uncle bemused by the antics of a silly niece and nephew. Yes, he chortled quietly. It seems he's amenable to that idea. Penny bit her lip. May I have time to consider it? Of course. This is not an easy burden to bear, and would not have you make your decision lightly. His hand came down on her shoulder. But please don't take too long. We need to be able to access the Relic of Creation if it comes to that. The staff cannot fall into enemy hands. And if Atlas does fall, if it comes to that, I'll catch it. Penny blinked slowly. Ironwood joined her. You can do that. Yep. Naruto's smile held no doubt. Believe in me. Penny wanted to, but logic wouldn't allow her. One man could not carry a floating city. It just wasn't possible. And yet Naruto claimed he could. Who was she to doubt him? She'd never seen him truly cut loose before. He might be able to do it. Might. The thought nagged at her like a bad circuit board. Which brings me to my next order of business. The good general didn't miss a beat. Naruto. The blonde looked away from Freya, lost in his own thoughts. I'd like you to head up a squad once the inquiry ends. An elite task force, if you will. Is that a good idea? I don't really have all that much experience when it comes to leading troops. No. Comprehension broke like the dawn and his eyes bulged wide. You want me to form my own team? As in pick and choose people? Nope. His arm slammed into an X shape. No way! Bad idea! James countered instantly. You can have Penny. Naruto's neck audibly cracked as he spun around. Never mind! Sold! Penny lacked the ability to flush as a human might, but she was pleased by the reversal all the same. Operative Marrow is a reasonable sort. She offered her own input, as is Agent Clover. Both have expressed contrition for attacking you. So had Elm and the rest, but she chose not to mention that. Her eyes sought out Ironwood instead. Are you suggesting we disband the Ace Ops, sir? The general shook his head. Think of it as restructuring. Naruto grimaced. They attacked me. Why would I want to work with any of them? I know you've had your differences, Ironwood put in, but would you be willing to put them behind you? For the sake of Atlas? I will if they do. The shinobi grit his teeth. It sounded rather painful to Penny, but I want to speak with each of them first. Alone. I'll arrange a meeting. James noticed his tension, of course, and was masterful enough to deflect it. Another time, then. I'll not have anything for until the end of the inquiry at any rate. Why don't the two of you take a bit of shore leave in the meantime? Seriously. Now it was Penny's turn to perk up. May we? You will have free reign of Atlas and Mantle, of course. Enjoy yourselves. Penny intended to do just that. Was this a date? She searched her memory banks, acquiring relevant data. It felt like a date. Maybe this time it would be. Father said she should experience one at least once. The thought made her core feel oddly warm, but it was not an unpleasant sensation. Emotions were strange things, Penny found. She wasn't sure what this feeling was, didn't know how to explain the pleasant heat in her chest. But she was nothing if not determined. After all, she had faced worse obstacles in the past. What was this then, if not another? Thus, she said the first thing that came to her mind. May we visit my father in Mantle? Naruto shrugged. Sure, why not? Mistakes were made. 0.0. This was Mantle! How did people live like this? Naruto stumbled through the streets and felt his stomach roil with nearly every step. This place was heaving with negativity. Too many individuals packed too tightly together. So much misery. It set his teeth on edge, and he had physically fight the urge to grind them again. The cold was bad enough, but with all these buildings wedged in like sardines and so much more, it hurt just to be here. Is something wrong? No, it's nothing. He feigned a smile just for Steel, even if he didn't feel it. You wanted to show me around, right? Let's keep going. Pen paused beside him. Green eyes regarded his intently. Do you require another hug? Penny, no. I'm fine. Really, I don't need a hugging protocol engaged. Her head came to rest under his chin with all the force of an artillery cannon. This time Naruto was ready. He caught her by the waist and a quick twirl bled off her momentum before he set her down. Honestly, he was beginning to think hugs were her thing. It was, well, adorable, didn't even begin to describe it. Just having her around burned the clouds away from his thoughts, if only for a little while. Penny grinned up at him. Do hugs always make you feel this warm inside? From you? He chuckled and patted her head. Yeah, they do. Her eyes sparkled. Wow, Tilda. Thanks. This time his smile felt genuine when she let him go. Sometimes, I don't know what I'd do without you. They walked in silence for a time, simply enjoying the quiet comfort that came with one another's company. It was not to last, because this was real. And if this was real, it meant disaster could strike at any moment. The thought hounded Naruto. At the reminder, he felt his throat go dry. His mouth worked wordlessly, but no words would come. It didn't make sense. That didn't make sense. This was a dream. People didn't die in dreams, unless this was real. This felt real. Terribly, horribly real. People didn't die in dreams. And if they did, they came right back. Jacques wasn't coming back. Winter was still weeping over him back home. Ergo, this place couldn't be a dream. People died when they were killed. The realization nagged at him, a persistent thorn that kept catching at his thoughts. It proved a sobering thought. When they found a food stand, Naruto ordered out of habit more than anything else. He'd not eaten all day and a hot dog sounded like just the thing. Simple, quick, and efficient. He bought one for himself and another for Penny, tipped the elderly faunus behind the card for good measure, and offered his friend their hard-won bounty. Penny blinked back at him. I cannot eat. Nor I, Steel chirruped. Naruto winced. Kinda forgot about that, Steel murmured, barely a whisper in his head. Too. Naruto didn't quite hear her. I'm sorry, did you say something? She spoke again, her voice incredibly small. I want to be a real girl too. Do not worry, boyfriend. Penny's smile hurt him more than he cared to admit, because it didn't reach her eyes. Even her words sounded a tad hollow. You did not offend me. Well, now he really did feel like an ass. Penny and Steel were people to him. It was so easy to forget they weren't flesh and blood. Steel didn't even have a physical body. But like Penny, she existed. They existed. They were real. Each of their lives had meaning. And here he'd gone, and reminded them just how different they were. Naruto glanced at the food, still warm in his hands. Excuse me. Someone tapped his shoulder, startling him terribly. You wouldn't happen to be Naruto Uzumaki, would you? He rounded on the speaker with a low growl, irritated at having been plucked from his musings. What is it? Can't you see we're in the middle of something? He found himself face to face with a white-haired woman clad in worn travelling leathers. Keen violet eyes regarded him, lidded and intent like a bird of prey. Beneath such an intent gaze, he felt himself stiffen, but a little, suddenly made wary by her very presence. He hadn't sensed her coming, suggesting she was either terribly light of foot, she hadn't wanted to be noticed, or there was a semblance of some sort involved. When he dared a glance past her, he realized she hadn't come alone. She was flanked by two women he didn't recognize, but they were armed. That was enough to arouse his suspicions. Beneath such an intent, my name is Robin Hill. Her hand clamped down on his shoulder. I need to have a word with you. Now. Naruto frowned at her and shook her palm off. And I should talk to you because... Oh, Penny perked up. Are we making new friends? I cannot wait. The distant wail of a grim alarm put paid to those very words. Screams chased it, suggesting the grim in question were quite close indeed. Despite the danger, Naruto almost smiled. Almost. Well, it seemed fate had a sick sense of humor. Now he had the perfect excuse, just chance to turn this Robin person down. After all, he couldn't chat with her while lives were in danger now, could he? Penny's subtle smile suggested she felt the same. "It seems we will have to wait," what she said. Naruto shrugged. "Sorry, but there's work to be done." When Penny raced away, he pivoted and bolted after her with a slight smile of his own. Nope, not sorry, not all. He didn't want to talk to a stranger right now. Not at all. Much to his chagrin, Robin and her entourage followed in their footsteps almost immediately. Pesky girl. Seemed he wouldn't be rid of her that easily after all. How little he knew. Chapter 6. You don't understand. I'm not like you. I'm not even human. I'm not real. Don't say that. We're talking. That makes you real. But I'm not. I wasn't even meant to exist. You're real to me. Tilda the future. Taking a risk Penny could fight. Naruto had always suspected she could, of course. Anyone so close in Ironwood's council must be able to defend herself. But seeing was believing. Actions spoke louder than words, and hers were loud indeed. Limned in the wailing red lights of the city's sirens, the protector of Mantle flitted through the skies on powerful jets of green light, picking her enemies off with callous ease. Gone was the overeager girl who stumbled over social mannerisms. In her place, an angel of death and devastation soared through the night. Rings of wickedly sharp blades danced to her tune on invisible strings to weave a spiral of destruction round her. Not a single grim escaped her wrath, yet that strange, slight smile never left Penny's face. It was beautiful, just like her. Somewhere in the back of his head, he heard Steel sigh. I want that. And just like that, his thoughts soured. Of course, Steel wouldn't appreciate being reminded of her deficiency. Sorry. Reality rushed back in, and he grimaced as he crushed a saber's throat in his fist. Didn't mean to offend you. You didn't. Another beast bounded at him and received a Rasengan to the face for its trouble. It's just, Naruto, I need to tell you something. Can it wait? Kinda busy here. He dove forward back as an aerial grim. He never knew which kind clawed at them. Firm fingers snagged one of its talons in passing, dragged the critter down and stove in its head with a 1-2 punch. Its body had only just begun to decay when he kicked off it, caromed against a low wall, and tackled another to the floor. A quick punch to the skull put the beast down for good, only for a third to fall on his back, bowing it. Jagged claws skittered off hardened skin. Somehow, he found that funny. Sorry, big guy, I'm not on the menu today. His head snapped back into the creature's chin with a violent crack, stunning it. He plucked another large kunai from his belt and, with a silent thanks to Pietro for enhancing the already deadly knives, stabbed backwards in a curt motion. Dust barked. Ash showered over his shoulders, gone before it could stain his jacket. Only then did he hear Steel speak. I suppose? Wait, what was that tone? Was she mad at him? Had he done something wrong? Steel, it as you said. All right, she was definitely sulking now if she hadn't been before. We are busy. They certainly were. Mantle's automated defenses did little to help them. If anything, they proved a hindrance. Unlike Penny and Steel, these were soulless machines, little more than tin soldiers with guns in their hands, unable to think or otherwise adapt to any given situation. They couldn't be trusted to do anything more than aim and shoot. Even then, most of their rounds went wide altogether before the Grim tore them apart. Useless tin cans. That wasn't to say Penny's baby sister was lax. For someone with no body to speak of, Steel was fantastic in virtually every other aspect when it came to keeping him alive. Her calculations had his mind moving faster than he'd thought possible, enhancing his already stellar reaction times to superhuman levels. She helped him predict enemy movements with ease, plot intercept courses, and more. Her nanites hardened his skin, while her soul protected him with what little aura she had. Frankly, it was amazing someone so small could do so much. He chuckled a little at the thought. By all means, praise me more. A little help here? Robin's shout broke through his thoughts. Speaking of tearing. Right, he should probably get on that. Wouldn't do to let an innocent die on his watch. Naruto pivoted on one heel and the world blurred as he dove back into the fray. He wasn't quite as quick as he used to be. With Kurama still absent, he still wasn't convinced of his death. There could be no denying that he wasn't quite at his peak, but he was still a damn sight faster than most huntsmen should be. Blue eyes flashed gold. Steel made a noise of appreciation. So that's what it feels like. 3 quick strides carried him to Robin's side, just in time to find her and her huntresses beset by a pack of sabres. Nasty beasts, those. Much to his chagrin, sabres were the Atlas equivalent of beowulfs, which is to say the saber-toothed Grimm were just as numerous as they were rapacious. They attacked in packs, seeking to overwhelm their hapless prey with speed and numbers alike. More often than not, they killed whatever crossed them. Unfortunately for them, they had numbers of their own. Naruto reached the first saber and yanked it down by its tail, forcing its gaping jaws to snap well short of Robin's face, which in turn caused the beast to round on him in a snarling fury. Deadly fangs clamped down on a hardened arm, skittering off aura and the armor beneath. Sparks skittered into the air. Red eyes widened in confusion, then shock, followed by nothing at all as a dust-powered kunai pierced its skull. He kicked its corpse into his fellows and was rewarded by a fiery explosion as the fire dust detonated. Ah! Exploding daggers! Nothing quite like 'em. The rest soon fell as shadow clones swarmed them. Thanks for the assist. Robin wiped a bead of sweat from her brow. You really can fight, can't you? Or where I come from, you have to. He realized his mistake as soon as he said it. There it was, a nugget of information for her to inspect at her leisure. He wasn't keen on giving information away to strangers, no matter how nice they might seem. Yet he'd gone and done just that, like an utter lemming. The huntress quirked a brow. Is that so? I'll remember that. Beside her, a girl with messy white hair and olive-coloured eyes frowned at him. Idly, he noted her sheep-like ears, each bearing a small hoop earring of sorts with a tiny bell dangling from her right ear. As he looked on, she tilted her head. Are you not from Atlas, then? She asked. It must be a terrible thing to fight all the time. No, really, not like that. Hill chuckled. Now, Fiona, let the boy have some secrets. Penny swooped down upon the Grimm like a deadly avatar of powerful grace, saving him from further indignity. Whoever said swooping was a bad thing? Naruto. His hand shot out, allowing his partner to grab it as she flew past. Penny launched him forward, all but launching him into another pack of saber. An almighty Rasen shuriken snarled to life on his free hand. He let it fly, waited for the blast to clear, then dove into the aftermath. Heavy boots crunched into mask and bone alike, trampling the survivors like insects. He grabbed one of their corpses before it could dissolve, hurling it into its fellows to blow them down. More charged him out of haze, seeking to avenge their fallen comrades. Penny! He called back. She showed no mercy. Green light scythed out from her blades and made short work of the second pack. Naruto felt a grin tear across his face. They really did make one hell of a team. Robin and her happy huntresses put in good work of their own now that they had rallied, though he soon lost sight of them in the mad swirl of the melee. For every Grimm she and her team managed to kill, he and Penny racked up a dozen more. Soon enough, he couldn't see any more of the beasts. Yet the sirens didn't abate. Why was the earth shaking? Robin soon answered that question for him. Look alive, people! We've got Goliath incoming! Naruto rounded on the sound. What's a goo boy? That is a big bastard. Goliath indeed. A herd of stampeding mammoth Grimm rounded the corner on either side of the street at full speed, dashing parked cars aside as they barreled towards them. Their leader, a big brute of a Grimm missing one of its tusks and easily head and shoulders above the rest, saw their little group and trumpeted a mighty bellow in wordless challenge. Every step rattled the earth. For the first time since he'd heard her voice, Steel balked. There's too many! We can't fight that without heavy artillery. Of course we can. Naruto scoffed. Penny? She alighted beside him, thrusters pulsing faintly. Yes. You take the right flank. Robin, stay back. I'll deal with the left and the big bastard. Penny dithered a little, tiny glimmers of uncertainty burning in her lively green eyes. Oh, will you be all right? Always. He rolled his shoulders as his eyes began to glow. Trust me. Her head bobbed. I do trust you, boyfriend. Naruto sighed. Now you're just doing that shit on purpose. Gloved hands took a hold of his whiskered cheeks and gently yet firmly steered him down to her. Bright Rinnegan eyes widened in shock as something warm, soft, and infinitely yielding touched his lips. little more than a peck. It still shut him down and his argument with it, like nothing else. His back stiffened as Penny pulled away, leaving his arms lead and dead at his sides as his jaw clicked open. His mouth worked wordlessly before he managed to master himself. "Why did you—" "For luck." She beamed. "I do not wish to see you expire." "Fight well!" With a happy chirrup, Penny flared her thrusters and rocketed shot into the air before he could respond. Naruto blinked once and touched 2 fingers to his lips. Steel made a faint noise akin to displeasure in the back of his head, but he paid it little heed. "I repeat, we need to retreat," until Steel started protesting again. "What's wrong with you?" He frowned inwardly. "It's not like you to get spooked this easily." She bleated with fear. "Retreat." "No can do." He marched forward. Sorry. She didn't seem to hear him. Too many. Where did everyone go? Why is there so much fire? Fire? What fire? Nothing was burning. Naruto craned his neck for a moment, unable to understand. Something was wrong with Steel. Rather, something had triggered her emotions. He didn't think it was him, or even the Grim. What set her off? Part of him longed to stop and ask, but he couldn't. Not with the enemy looming before him. She whimpered. "It hurts, Dad. Where are you?" Naruto's stride faltered for a moment as pain blazed through his chest. His only hope was to end this quickly and see what was bothering her. Until then, he could only advance. And so he did. James was right. This wasn't a dream. Life mattered here. People died when they were killed. There were no second chances here. If he screwed up, that was it. Maybe it was time he stopped holding back and finally did something about it. Time to use these new eyes of his. He closed them as he walked, marshalling his focus. They were so close now, every footstep had his teeth vibrating in his skull. Naruto didn't waver. He kept his eyes closed and focused, reaching deep inside of him as he'd seen Nagato do once before. Raised a hand, just as he had. A single push wouldn't be enough. Not against foes this large. He needed more, much more. Broaden it more freely, he whispered to himself. Strengthen your interpretation of the technique. Chakra threaded through the air and he lashed it to his will. These eyes can bring back the dead. I've seen it happen. Even if I can't do that, I can at least... Something clicked deep inside of him. And he understood, a voice whispered in the back of his head. It wasn't Steel, nor was it Kurama. Still, it sounded familiar somehow. These are your first steps, old friend. Violet eyes snapped open. Almighty push. Though the Grim were nearly upon him, the beasts didn't fall. Their feet left the ground, denying them any and all semblance of traction. Naruto grabbed them in his mind's eye and pushed. As one, they rocketed into the air. Over the buildings they flew, denied gravity's cruel clutches. He watched them tumble, heedless of the gasps his feet received. He waited, counted the seconds, smiled when gravity reeled them back in like fish on a line. Any second now. Penny! She all but materialized at his side. Green light danced from her blades, ready to be unleashed. Naruto mirrored her and lung his hands outward, eyes shimmering gold once more, shades of saffron shimmering over violet, an angry Rasen shuriken keened in each palm. He reached up and pulled with his mind, all but yanking the Grim back down to hasten their demise. His palms snapped together. His twin techniques became one, quite possibly the largest he'd ever created. Jade light mirrored azure as the wind keened in dreadful anticipation. Penny met his gaze over the light. No words were needed, only a nod. They let loose, and then there was light. An almighty roar filled the air. Cold fury burned the world white. In the ensuing explosion, the world fell silent. As sense and sound returned, shards of dead Grim rained down upon mantle. Bits broken more and sullen shards of unkindled ash peppered the rooftops and piled up in the street, only to dissolve just as quickly. The clouds swept away, revealing the full light of the fractured moon high above. Robin swallowed thickly and made a quick sign with her fingers. By the gods, who? Naruto pivoted on one heel, wiping a bead of sweat from his brow. Well, that takes care of... That was sensational. A human meteor bowled him over. Penny grinned down at him, proud and happy, wildly ecstatic. Steel's voice floated back in his head. Aoi, my everything. Naruto perked up. You gave me a fright there. All systems online. I apologize. She sounded as confused as he felt, but there could be no mistaking the tremor in her words. I do not what came over me. I believe I may have a error. File not found. Error? Running self-diagnostic. Checking for viruses. I will be going silent for the next 24 hours. Please do not tell Father. Her voice hitched only a little, sounding vaguely like a sob. Thank you for your time. What had he done? Naruto winced. The hell was that about? A cough stabbed into his thoughts, distancing him from his guilt. As entertaining as this is, Robin hummed, I really do need to have a word with you two. This is about Mantle, right? Naruto grinned wheelie up at her. Tell you what, I'll do you one better. Oh? The huntress quirked a pale brow and set one hand on her hip. I'm listening. What did you have in mind? Time to start making some changes. 0.0, 0.0. You did what? Arranged a meeting for you and Robin. As James looked on aghast, Naruto stabbed both hands in his pockets, utterly unapologetic for his deeds. You'll be meeting with her next week once the inquest ends. It'll do the both of you some good and go a long way to easing tensions in Mantle. He'd come up to his office full of fire and fury the very next morning and declared his intent. At least he was alone. Thank the brothers for small mercies. He wasn't sure he could handle Penny's enthusiasm right now. Did you tell her anything? About the Amity plan? A blonde brow quirked. Nope, not a word. I wouldn't betray your trust like that. With those words, Ironwood felt something unspool deep inside of him. Loyalty always matters. He muttered the words aloud, taking strength from them. For what it's worth, thank you. For not telling her. It means more to me than you know. Yep, sure does. The whiskered warrior granted him a cheeky grin. I wouldn't be working with you if I didn't trust you, James. I'm with you. His smile became just a little crooked. Whatever comes. So give me a little trust, yeah? And you truly think this is the best course of action? I do. Naruto pulled his hands free and thumped his chest with a fist. You have my word. Perhaps there was logic in his words, even if his semblance disagreed. Robin was a stranger, it said. She couldn't be trusted, it said. It said so many things, so few of them pleasant. Maybe it would be best to bring her to the table. She's going to get that seat. He steepled his fingers and forced himself not to dwell on it. With the death of Jacques, there's hardly anyone left to challenge her. A few dark horse candidates, perhaps, but no one of any particular renown. Unless you'd like to throw your hat into the arena. Naruto choked, composure shattering like brittle glass. Me? Go into politics? Never. A smile quirked his bearded visage. You'd be good at it. How so? Poor boy looked like he'd swallowed a fish. Tom. I don't think anyone else could have convinced me to try this harebrained scheme of yours. His migraine made itself known again, angrily pounding at his temples. All right. I'll talk to her, if you accompany me. Deal. Naruto's hand came across the desk and they shook on it. Anxiety reared its ugly head a heartbeat later. But if she's working with Salem, she isn't. Uzumaki saw the fear in him, perceptive boy that he was. A quick stride carried him forward, where he laid his hands down on the desk. Don't be paranoid, James. Now that I know this is real, I'm ready to act. A bitter chuckle forced itself out of him. Took you long enough to realize that, yes, well. The blonde looked away with a flush. Please don't tease me about that. I was talking about Salem. I'll flatten her. His fist crashed down, denting the corner of the desk. I usually try to avoid killing as a rule, but for someone like her, I'm willing to make an exception. Penny and Steele agree with me. I don't care if I have to bury her, freeze her, or shoot her into space. I'll find a way. You sound so certain. What can I say? His smile was just the right shade of dangerous. I'm a creative guy. Truly the brother gods had smiled when they'd sent him this boy. James rose from his chair, wincing a little as his knees protested. He'd scarcely had time to sit down as of late. His gaze turned toward the window and the city below. So many people. It all seemed distant from up here in his office. Easy to forget just how many lives depended upon him. And they did depend on him. It all fell to them. Mistral's huntsmen were gutted. Beacon was destroyed. Vacuo, no. There would be no help from that kingdom. This boy was their hope. He could save Atlas, or destroy it. That speed of his would be a fearful thing if he turned on the people. Perhaps a collar, no. Never! James shoved his semblance aside and steadied himself with a scowl. He wouldn't go down that path, for in doing so he may well turn an ally into an enemy. He turned back to find the blonde looking upon him with pity. It's a difficult thing, isn't it? Your semblance. I'd take it away if I could. James hung his head, feeling more hunted than ever before. About that, his ally frowned. James, your blood can. Take away semblances, temporarily. It's not something I want to rely on, of course, he amended hastily upon seeing the blonde's baffled look. You know we experimented with your blood. In small doses, it possesses healing properties, but the early tests... Naruto's face twisted. Tell me you didn't. We did not. Those words weren't a lie. The research was never implemented. I wanted to run it by you first. I'm glad you did. The ancient human quirked a brow. You said aura and semblances were part of someone's soul. To take that away, it doesn't feel right. James was in complete agreement, of course. An overdose was a terrible thing. He'd seen the side effects. That was dark research, and he'd ordered it destroyed. Well, most of it. The last of it was locked away in Pietro's head. He'd sworn the man to silence, never to write that knowledge down. But to have Selim's allies stripped of their semblances and aura, leaving them vulnerable, however briefly. That was a heady idea. All that power stopped by a tiny little bullet, just a trigger squeeze away. There could be public outcry if word got out, of course. To take away a semblance, however briefly, was to invalidate the very soul. To say nothing of aura. Are you going to use it? That was the question, wasn't it? It's your blood. I'd rather you have the final say. Naruto pinched the brow of his nose. All right. Ironwood looked up with a start. You're serious? In measured doses? A finger stabbed down into his desk. I want everything vetted at the highest level. And when I say that, I mean me, or a clone observing every step of the process. You said it was temporary, right? James granted him a nod. Good. Don't take the research any further than that, or we'll have problems. Understood. You have my word. Well, that went better than expected. Still, this knowledge had given him some insight. In all likelihood, Naruto was a primordial human, an ancestor from an all-too-distant age of remnant. Before Osbin, before Salem, before so many things, his existence may very well predate the brother gods themselves, strange as that might sort. When injected into the body, his blood returned the host to a healthier, more powerful state. A time before aura, before semblances, before the mystery of magic itself. That he'd been frozen in ice only lent further credence to the theory. Could his blood give someone chakra? Could it weaken Salem? Kill her, even? So many questions. So little time. Still, to have hope. It was a heady thing indeed. Dangerous, too. He must take care that this didn't consume him. Great care indeed. Until recently, I believed it was impossible to truly turn the tide against Salem. He pushed such thoughts aside and willed himself to focus. Osbin has pushed her back, has kept victory out of her claws, but she will keep returning, stronger and stronger, unless we destroy her. Until then, Mantle is a secondary concern. He winced even as he said it. I'll speak with Robin. A hand rose to forestall Naruto's argument, but I can't promise she'll agree with me. Sometimes, doing the right thing means making tough decisions. He would have liked nothing more than to evacuate Mantle to Atlas, but that just wasn't feasible. Putting the inherent risk of infiltration aside, the cities simply couldn't sustain the Mantle's population atop their own. It would be a logistical nightmare. Even with Naruto's numbers, it simply could not be done. Well, not unless the boy magicked up a way to create food from chakra. Unlikely that. It does. Naruto's head bobbed in agreement. Trust is a risk, James. There's no denying that. But there's nothing wrong with a little risk. You took one when you thawed me out of the ice. I took another when I chose to stay here. You took a second sticking your neck out like that. Taut Knuckles tapped his head. I'd trust you to give me a smack if I do something stupid. Another rusty chuckle stole out of him. Assuming you held still long enough, I would do the same for you if metal acts up. The blonde didn't miss a beat. In the end, it's all about trust. I trust you. He held up a finger. I trust Penny and Steel. 2 fingers joined the first, followed by a lonely little pinky. And well, maybe I'm starting to trust Winter too. Hard not to, after seeing her bawl her eyes out. No way she's involved with Jacques' death. Don't let her hear you say that, James said. She'll never let you live it down. Don't I know it? Naruto grimaced and looked away, scratching at a whiskered cheek. I've sent a reinforced clone to talk with her. Less chance of me getting stabbed. James unbent enough to wince. It might be best if you go yourself. She'll kill a clone. Fine, force my hand, why don't you... I appreciate it. One less thing to worry about. We cannot afford to be at each other's throats now. I couldn't agree more. Which brings me to my next point. Here at last, he hesitated, perhaps realizing the enormity of what he was about to ask. James, I need to use the staff for a minute. And then I need to see Pietro afterwards. There's something I want to test. That depends. His craggy visage hardened. Will you put it back? The cheeky warrior clutched at his heart and feigned collapse. What do you take me for? Anyone else would have been refused outright. Anyone. Not even Winter, originally intended for the power of the maiden herself, would have been allowed such. This boy had shed blood, sweat, and tears for the sake of this city. He had fought Grim and stepped into questionable territory for his sake. Black and white wouldn't save this city. Grey would. James understood that now. And if that meant taking a risk here and there, so be it. Naruto must have read his intent, because his smile became positively sunny. Great! Now then. He plonked down on the corner of his desk and swung a leg over it. Run me through Amity communication plan again. I still don't understand how a scroll works. 0.0. Winter's door slammed open. Naruto screwed up his nose and fought down a grimace. The first thing that struck him was the smell. Not of refuse, but wine. Empty bottles of ambrosia lay sprawled across her quarters in haphazard fashion, now even more a mess than before. He found Winter on the bed. Her face was carved from grief itself even in sleep, her hair down and a tangled mess. It shamed him to say that there were tears staining her cheeks. He didn't want to wake her. Truly he didn't. But if he let this be, it was only going to fester. The blonde cleared his throat. Up and at 'em, Schnee. He clapped his hands, startling her awake. We've got a war to win. Winter stirred slowly. Bleary blue eyes opened, bloodshot and haggard. For a moment she didn't recognize him. Then she saw his face. You! Me! She sprang up and glowered bloody red daggers at him. Go away. This is all your fault. Leave. I will not, dear girl. Surprised? For the first time since they'd met, there was iron in his voice. When her brow furrowed in challenge, he only smiled. I was in that ice for thousands of years. As far as I'm concerned, I'm your senior. Maybe it's time I acted my age. But enough about me. He sidestepped the glyph she flung at him and slipped inside. Why are you mourning a father who never loved you? She tore her gaze from his with a scowl. There was a time when I thought he did. No, I don't think he did. His words had her bridling. I met the man, remember. The only thing he loved was... His hand snapped up, intercepting an empty wine bottle before it could crash against his face. Was this what she'd been reduced to? It horrified him. Money, he finished, setting the bottle down. He doesn't deserve a daughter like you. I'm becoming just like Mother. Winter gripped her face with one hand and tittered bitterly. You'd like her. Both of you choose to escape reality. The only difference is that she drinks to get away. You just deny it. Ouch. All right, he winced. I deserved that, but She sprang to her feet, face twisted with rage. You deserve more. He died because of you. You have every right to blame me. Against his better judgment, he stood his ground, ignoring his instincts. If I hadn't picked a fight with Jock, he might have... Crack! Her palm struck his face, snapping it to one side with a vicious crack. Naruto turned his head against the blow and resisted the urge to close his eyes against the pain, if only because he knew she'd strike him again. In the end, he needn't have bothered. Winter did. Crack! It's all your fault! His head snapped in the opposite direction. Crack! I wish you'd never been born. Winter's arm swung back for a fourth strike, and Naruto's patience slipped through his fingers. He caught it and reeled her in, commencing a grapple between them. Stop! I didn't come here to fight you! She struggled against him instead and lashed out with the other. He caught that too. Don't patronize me! All right then. He plonked down at the foot of her bed and forced her to do the same, heedless of the angry shriek she gave. You think you had a shitty childhood. He flung her down and released her, watching her bounce against the bed. At least you had parents. At least you had resources, a sister, a roof over your head. When she swiped at him, he knocked her down again. You say you had a bad parents. Let me tell you all about mine. You'll love 'em, he scoffed, recalling a painful memory. They had the best intentions for me, and I love 'em. But their choice, well, let's just say it was complicated. Winter's brow furrowed, thunderous with anger. Your parents cannot be worse than mine. No? Naruto laughed. It was a sharp, ugly sound. You think so? Let me show you. He offered her his hand. She regarded it like an asp. What madness is this? Chakra conveys memories. He curled his fingers before her, forming a loose call. If I start talking, we'll be here all day. Best just to show you. Come on, take my hand. When her scowl redoubled, he rolled his eyes. Look, I know we've had our differences, but I am not your enemy. She didn't budge. Fine. His legs tensed as he prepared to stand. I can see you're going to be a child about this. I don't know why I thought you'd listen. I'll just tell James you slapped aside the proverbial olive branch. In a fit of pique, Winter grabbed his hand and squeezed tight. Mistakes were made, because then she began to see. Slowly at first, but then the memories came. A gasp tore out of her. The anger began to drain from her face. She tried to cling on it, but it slipped through her fingers like so much water all too easily. All her pain, all she'd seen, all she suffered, it seemed petty and paltry before this. All her pain, all she'd seen, all she suffered, it seemed petty and paltry before this. Winter saw. She saw it. She saw it all. In a heartbeat, she plunged into his memories and lived them. Chapter 7. I will keep advancing, no matter what. I won't stop until the enemies of Atlas are destroyed, until Salem has been defeated, until the world is safe. I will not stop. Tilda, soon to be seen. Let's Just Live Winter saw it all. Every moment of Naruto's life made manifest to her, each second preserved in perfect posterity, from his first memories to his last. She knew them as if they were her own. Knew him. She saw it all. No, that wasn't quite it. She didn't simply see his life. She lived through it. She watched him run through the streets of his village, stood beside him as he earned his headband, watched him endure injury after injury, triumphant victories, and crippling defeats. She saw every single second. And she thought she had suffered. More fool she. How was he even sane? The torment and torture he'd suffered, and oh gods, his arm. It was too much. His every experience, every emotion had been burned into her by his chakra. His memories mingled with her own and altered all she knew, changed her very sense of self. When he took a wound, she felt it as if it were own. His joy was her joy. His sorrow, as if she'd lived another life through him. She wasn't how long she sat there. Seconds? Minutes? Hours? And why did she have a sudden craving for ramen? She only knew when it ended because her stomach betrayed her, leaving her to double over and heaved, losing what little she'd eaten. All the trauma she'd seen, coupled with all the wine she'd been drinking, it betrayed her spectacularly. Naruto threw down a waste bin to intercept it and patiently cleared up after her. It's a lot to take in, I know. He massaged the small of her back. But now you see what I mean. That was my life you just saw. Pretty gnarly, huh? She grimaced. It was certainly Ack. Winter opened her mouth to retort further to that effect, but her gorge betrayed her yet again. She doubled over and heaved anew. Naruto didn't leave her side. With infinite patience, he crouched down beside her, pulled her hair back and continued to rub between her shoulders. Shame flooded her face, but she couldn't bring herself to resist. There. His voice was a gentle flame, gradually thawing her thoughts. It's all right. You're going to be okay. Under any other circumstance, she never would have let anyone baby her in such a way. If she weren't so blasted weak right now. But no, that was an excuse. Somehow she managed to get an arm beneath her and pushed herself into an upright position. Turning her head was an effort in and of itself, but she did so when he offered her a glass of water. It helped to wash the foul taste out, if nothing else. How did you survive all that? The last shinobi quirked a brow at her. Let's see, push-ups, sit-ups, and plenty of juice. She smacked his shoulder. That's not funny and you know it. Sorry, he rolled his arm. I didn't mean it like that. To answer your question, I lived because I had to. With that said, he turned and regarded a nearby wall with a curiously blank look. Don't get me wrong, I loved my parents. Still do. I just had a shitty childhood because of them. His visage twitched every so slightly. I've moved past it. A rimmed iris regarded her over his shoulder. You turned out better than I did. Winter disagreed vigorously that assessment. She might not have suffered the same as he, but only because she'd hardened her heart against it. Her soul was ice, frost that had only just begun to thaw. She had rebelled against Jacques, against the Schnee name, against everything. Longing for freedom, she had fled to the ranks of the military to get away, and in doing so, she'd sacrificed a crucial part of herself. Childhood? What childhood? She had none. In her desperation to free herself from her family, she'd left Weiss and Whitley to fend for themselves in that awful place. Not a day went by when she didn't regret that decision. As such, Naruto's remark wounded her more than he could possibly know. Her brow turned stormy. Is there a point to this? The point, you silly schnee, is that you need to be grateful for what you still have. His voice cracked at her like a whip. At least you've a family and a few good memories through them. Ah! He clapped a hand over her mouth when she tried to speak. I'm talking. You're listening, ow! Renegant orbs narrowed as her teeth found his palm, but he didn't budge. Did you seriously just bite me? Sorry. Her lips twitched against his hand. Reflex. Well, if you bite me again, I'm going to reflexively headbutt you. Those wild eyes flashed like twin storms. We clear? Winter nodded once. Think about it. Naruto tossed his head, the motion of which sent his spiky bangs swaying. Your mother loves you. So does your sister. Pretty sure Klein does too. Whitley might, if you just sat down and talked with the poor boy. But Jacques? He turned his head aside and spat on the floor. He never cared. You shouldn't shed tears for someone who'd never cry for you. Of course. And here he smiled. If you really want to cry, then you should cry. It'll just eat away at you otherwise. Go on. Let it all out. Now I'm going to move my hand. Those almighty eyes regarded her intent and didn't like what they found there. You gonna sass me when I do? She shook her head. He beamed and pulled away. Good girl. Heat pricked in her eyes as he did. It's not fair. I'm not crying for what he was. I hated him, and yet you weep what he could have been. His head bobbed. What he should have been? I get it. Sappy philosophical stuff. Ass! She swiped at him, and he ducked the blow with languid ease. A pall of awkward silence fell between the two of them. I know what it feels like to lose. Naruto broke it first, his voice low in the silence. But death? That's final. You don't get to come back from that. Me? I got lucky. As she looked on, he shivered a bit. That was a once-in-a-lifetime miracle, and I don't expect to see it again. You should hold to what you have while you still have it. He shifted on the bed, pinning her with his gaze. You can be so much more than this. A hand came down on her shoulder, startling her. At the end of the day, you just need to live your life without regrets. His forehead touched hers, bringing with it the faint scent of sunlight and soap. In the end, that's all that matters. Just live. The words resonated with Winter. She looked up through her lashes at him then. Really, truly looked at him as she hadn't before all this. Who was this young man, and what had he done with Naruto? The incorrigible prankster was nowhere to be seen. He looked crisp and calm in a specialist uniform, the very picture of confidence, like he'd finally decided to take things seriously. She rather liked that. Her heart did a flip in her chest, and a strange, treacherous heat crept into her cheeks. Oh dear. Here and now, Naruto Uzumaki wasn't acting like the immature boy she'd wanted to throttle so long ago. Not the silly lad who pretended this was all a dream, the trickster and prankster who berated her at every turn. He was acting like a leader. His eyes were sharp and smile sunny yet stern. His presence, well, it hadn't changed per se, but it wasn't the same either. He didn't remind her of Crow Branwen, or even General Ironwood. She didn't recognize this calm, confident stranger at all. She rather liked this side of him. Belatedly, Winter realized she was still only worn a thin white shift to bed. Indeed, she hadn't bothered to change since. When he'd stormed in, she had been too angry to even consider the possibility of changing. Well, now she just felt underdressed. Unbidden, his words came back to her. Live your life without regrets. Salem could attack tomorrow for all they knew. In all likelihood, she would strike sometime before the end of the year. If not with her agents, then with an army of Grimm en masse. Make no mistake, she was coming. It was only a matter of time. And when she did, there would be no time for quiet talks like this. No arguments held in the privacy of her own quarters. No cheeky witticisms exchanged between the two of them. Only cold, unflinching duty. Winter was so very tired of duty. Naruto must have seen the sudden spark in her eyes, because his own narrowed. I know that look, he hummed. His breath was warm on her face. What are you thinking about? Her eyes flitted up. Met his. Held him with all the icy intensity that was her namesake. Something terribly foolish. Winter tilted her head just so, nose brushing against his with deliberate intent. The whiskered warrior stiffened, and she hesitated as fear reared its ugly head. This close their lips were all but touching. Naruto had frozen, looking like a deer caught in so many headlights. She didn't dare engage him. And so Winter counted to 3, gave him a chance to pull back. When he didn't, she dared to speak anew. "I am going to kiss you now." She spoke slowly, surprising herself with the low thrum of desire in her voice. "This is your one chance to back away." Naruto reared back a little, regarding her like a poisonous King Taijitu. "Is this a trick?" He scowled at her. "You're messing with me." His words hurt more than a little. "I'm not trying to trick you," she edged forward, touching his right hand with hers. "I simply want a pleasant memory for once in my life." Her forehead touched his again to rest comfortably against him. "Preferably before I die." Cold fingers trailed over his warm palm. "Something I chose. Someone for me." Naruto didn't budge. "And you want me to be that someone?" A snow-white brow arched. "Now that you've stopped acting like a cheeky brat, yes." He laughed at that, and she found herself mirroring it. "I was a bit of a jerk to you in the beginning, wasn't I?" "You were," she conceded, "but I wasn't much better." "I think I hated you in the beginning." "I'm guessing that's changed?" Half-lidded eyes met his. Winter took his hands in hers and guided them to her waist. From there, she shifted a little, letting him pull her into his lap. Not an unpleasant sensation. No, she was being too analytical again. Too calculating. Too cold. Simplify it. His hands felt nice. His palms were warm against hers, absently stroking small circles through the thin fabric of her shift. Her blood, always so cool, began to heat at his touch. And why wouldn't it? She'd never let anyone be this close with her before. No one. Not a single soul had ever dared. She'd lived her entire life keeping others at arm's length. Where had that gotten her? Isolated and alone, cut off from her family. Father was dead, mother was a drunkard, Weiss had run away to parts unknown, while Whitley, he wouldn't even speak to her these days. Outside of work, she had no associates, no friends, only duty. No more. She leaned in and claimed his lips with hers. It was a chaste kiss, all things considered. Neither had been intimate with another before. Perhaps it showed. Perhaps it didn't. Who could say? Regardless, Winter felt fit to burst from embarrassment. If he laughed at her now, she would gut him. The notion galled her. She could cut through swaths of grim with ease, but in matters of the bedroom, she was as inexperienced as they came. No. Naruto would rue the day if he laughed. She swore it. And so she pulled back, lips still brushing his. "How was that?" Naruto wrinkled his nose. "Not sure. Any chance I can have another?" She kissed him again, longer this time, lips lingering upon his. Her arms linked around his neck, and he pulled her closer, fingers fisting against the thin fabric of her white shift. Winter's blood burned anew. Her lips probed his, pressing, questing, teasing. When she curled a leg around his back, he reached around and accidentally cupped her rear. A pleasant jolt shot through her as his fingers squeezed. She made a rather unladylike noise and bit his lip, accidentally drawing blood. He grinned at her. Did you just growl at me?" A smile touched her lips. "Shut up and kiss me again, you dolt." He did, hesitantly at first, but with growing confidence. His head dipped down and nipped at her neck, drawing a small cry of surprise from her. Unwilling to leave it at that, Winter dipped down and captured his lips with hers again. A tan hand gently rose to cup the swell of her breasts, bringing on a brand new ache as his fingers brushed the stiff nipples beneath. When he pulled away, she guided his hand back again. Her body ached to be touched. Was this what it felt like to be with someone? And to think she'd closed herself off from this for long, isolated herself, and for what? Madness! A pleasant glaze fell over her thoughts, stripping away sense. No more stress, none at all. Only simple, pure emotion. Just a nice, good lay. Winter pushed Naruto down to the bed and climbed atop him. He swore in surprise, but didn't fight her. She ignored it entirely and began to fiddle with the clasp of his jacket. Her patience didn't last long. When it didn't yield under her nimble fingers, she tore it away, exposing the blue vestments beneath. Likewise, he reached up for her shift. A single strap of the pale garment slipped from her shoulders, exposing a pale breast to the dim light of her quarters. Naruto hesitated until she rolled the other shoulder. Losing its battle with gravity, the nearly translucent cloth rolled down her shoulders, exposing her to him fully. His eyes widened, then Winter dove on him. She wasn't sure what happened next after that. It was all one wild blur of carnal pleasure, bits of memories intermingled with moans and flashes of wild delight. Somewhere in the chaos, she finally got a hold of his trousers, and he, that last crucial bit of her underwear. The last of their garments flew about the room like cloth in a hurricane. She straddled him fully and her hips rolled against his, lips parting in a wordless cry as he filled her. Everything went mad after that, and she lost all track of time. There was only bliss. 0.0, 0.0. Time came back slowly, fitfully. Winter wasn't quite sure when she woke. When she finally came to, only that did. She woke to warmth and a steadily beating heart, found herself resting in strong arms, naked and comfortably sore. There was a moment of wild confusion, one that only abated as she looked up and beheld her partner. A shock of blonde hair and a scarred chest, even now rising and falling in slumber, only confirmed her suspicions. Oh, well, now, that actually happened. Freed from the maddened haze of desire, the specialist found she could think objective once more. Her mind was pleasantly clear, all her stress and irritation burned away. Only relief remained. Her worries weren't even a distant shadow on her thoughts. At some point, Naruto had drawn the covers up over them, allowing her body to spoon against his in comfortable privacy. It only brought her the purest of relief. "Silly fool," she muttered, burying her head into his chest. "Look what you've done to me." She'd come undone because of him, been infected by his madness. She would never be the same. Winter stole a glance at him while he slept. He looked so young at rest, made her feel like she was robbing the cradle. A thorn of concern caught her heart and held her back. He wasn't that young, surely. Right? Right? Oh, gods. She'd never gotten his age. As surely it was nothing. Right? It wasn't as if he had hidden anything from her. Nope. Not at all. She wasn't at fault here. Not a bit. Her mind is still twisting over her potential crime when his eyes finally fluttered open. She saw that brief moment of confusion burn bright in his eyes too, and then he settled back down, looking every bit at his ease. Oops. Naruto uttered a jaw-popping yawn. Guess we dozed off for a bit there. That was certainly something, she finished. You're right. I do feel better. Naruto hissed suddenly and jerked away, causing her to jolt in surprise. What's happening? Not now. What's happening? Are you all right? Winter's heart twitched again, this time in concern. Is it me? Did I do something wrong? No, it's not you. Definitely not you, Ao. Naruto kept one palm pressed to his apparently aching skull. Steel is acting up again. He grit his teeth with such force that Winter swore she heard a molar crack, even in her stupor. She's been like this for a bit now. There's a bit of feedback, and it's causing me a bit of pain. He stood and dressed himself with an effort, stumbling but a little and muttering about a headache all the while. I think I'll be fine, but I'm going to go see Pietro, just in case. His expression said he'd have more than a few questions for the man. Hopefully he can whip up a cure or something. It sounded like a lot more than something, but Winter was in no condition to protest. Still, and what of us? She had to ask it, even if the answer damned her. We can talk about it once my head isn't on fire. You look pretty worn out yourself. A fresh migraine crashed down around Winter's temples as the fatigue she'd ignored for so long now took its toll. She mumbled something incoherent and tried to sit up, only for her body to fail her. It wasn't fair. Now, of all times, when she needed it the most, her own strength let her down. How humiliating. If he was at all offended by it, Naruto did little to show it. Just lay down. Instead, he guided her back to the bed. You saw a lot. It's gonna take a bit too. There she goes. Winter needed no further provocation. Sleep was a mercy and the pillows soft. She fell into the black. Once more she lived his life in her dreams. This time, she paid proper attention to them. 0.0, 0.0. And so the hero gets the schnee and his happy ending. All's well that ends well and whatnot. Arthur Watts leaned back in his chair with a put-upon sigh. How revolting! A touch of his fingers closed the screen, only to open another. Pale blue light flickered across face, limned in the light of his screen. Ringed fingers danced across a keyboard, wreaking havoc as they went. Concealed in his safe house, he worked at a fiendish pace. No stone was left unturned, no system left untouched. Safe and secure in his bunker, he unleashed, "Let's see if we can't ruin their day now, shall we?" It would seem they hadn't cottoned onto his little scheme yet, the fools. They were so magnificently blind. This was but the first move. the opening salvo in a war Ironwood wasn't even aware of. He wouldn't even realize what was happening until it was too late, nor would those working with him. Pietro thought himself so clever with his tools and that pesky semblance of his. He claimed to be a genius. He was not. True genius, as Arthur Watts understood it, knew no limits. A true mastermind did not balk at cruelty, nor did they shirk their greatness for the sake of morals. Pietro and those allied with him were bound by those petty constraints, willingly made lesser by such things as sentiment and kindness. Bah! It would avail them naught. They would all fall before his brilliance. Cracking his knuckles, he set up his terminal and went to work. He's already lost, the fool. He simply hadn't realized it yet. A door opened behind him and closed thrice as quickly. Arthur didn't look up, even as he fiddled away at the keys. A quick command and another virus was away, spreading through the mainframe of Mantle like wildfire. I have returned. A soft, emotionless voice spoke into the silence. Good, good. A fresh line of code scrawled before his eyes. Did you accomplish your task, my dear? Do say yes. Yes, another voice silenced. The shuffle of feet echoed behind him. They didn't suspect a thing. And Tyrion, he quirked a brow. One never knew with him. Attending to his task. The great work continues. Capital! He didn't need to look back to know they were standing at attention behind his chair, awaiting their next order. Such a useful little pawn. They did not question as Tyrion did. They simply obeyed. No need to enforce their loyalty through fear or gifts or any such thing. He'd so very, very, very lucky to stumble upon them when he had. They would obey. They would always obey. And through them, all of Atlas would be undone. Another screen opened before his eyes, hidden within a folder. His moustache quivered with anticipation. What have we here? Such a fascinating project, this steel heart of yours, dear Pietro. Arthur swiveled in his seat with a smile. No, not a smile. A sneer. It would be such a shame if something happened to her. 0.0. Steele could not cry. You see, she lacked the necessary parts to do so. She didn't have a body, didn't possess eyes with which to shed tears. Nor did she have arms or legs, or even a torso. She was small, tiny, her personality compressed into a single matrix spread out across countless nanites. Even the concepts of emotion and pain were a foreign thing to her. At least that should be the case. But this? This was pain. Pain! Pain, pain, pain! All of it was pain. It burned through every fibre of her being like a great cleansing fire without mercy. She hurt. She didn't know why or when or how, only that she did. It was too much. The pain scorched her senses, stripping her nerves bare and leaving them howling in agony. Her soul curled inward, shrieking against it, leaving her very senses aflame. She couldn't talk to anyone, couldn't speak, couldn't do anything at all. She couldn't breathe. And still, the pain persisted. She dreamed of fire, of death, of a tower falling. Make it stop! Please! Someone! Her world burned red. Make it stop! 0.0. You may experience some discomfort. Discomfort? Try agony. Heat blazed through the back of Naruto's neck as Pietro worked. His teeth clicked shut, stifling a snarl. He buried his head into the pillow and bit through it. The human body doesn't enjoy being poked at on a good day. Right now, Penny's father was all but cutting into his back, and it freaking hurt. He'd tried to keep his promise to Steele. She'd begged him not to involve her father, not to mention her pain to the man who'd given her life. And he'd tried. He really had. But whatever was affecting her had begun to bleed over into his body. He couldn't well ignore it when he started dreaming of fire himself. There we are. A pleasant numbness settled over the back of his neck. She's back in again. You can move now. Slowly but surely, the fire in his spine abated. How's she doing, Doc? Just a moment there, son. Pietro leaned back, tools in hand. Well, I'm afraid I can't quite say. He squinted. Steele's green across the board, but for some reason, she's acting as if she's in pain. I put her to sleep for now. A calloused hand thumbed his chin with chagrin. I suppose this is my fault. I always feared this might happen. There was something about the way he said those words. You know something? I do, the portly man confessed. But it's not my story to tell. He sat up on the table. Give me the cliff notes, then. For a long moment, he didn't think Penny's father would. Then, with a sigh, he capitulated. Steele was, how best to say this? Pietro leaned back in his chair, fiddling with his spectacles. I suppose you could call her a prototype of sorts. When he didn't interrupt, the good doctor dared to continue. You know I created Penny from my own aura, no? Yes? He shrugged helplessly. I've been told. Steele was an attempt to replicate what I did with my darling girl. To further prove his point, his aura flared, revealing the burnt patches within. I carved off a tiny piece of her aura and mingled it with a bit of mine. The faintest of smiles touched his weathered visage. There were other facets involved, but that's the long and short of it. Project Steelheart, we called her. I couldn't bear such a cold name, so I had it shortened. No doubt she's told you what Steel stands for, of course. Naruto racked his mind. I think it was sentient, task-minded, empathetic life form. Quite so. Pietro steepled his fingers. Would you believe she was little more than code until we integrated her with your nervous system? His blood ran cold. What? Steel? Silent? This silly, chatty voice in his head was many things, but inactive wasn't one of them. She always seemed so lively, so curious, unable to understand jokes and a bit overeager at times, but to think she had ever been without that. The thought chilled him. He shoved it away, not wanting to think about it. Hard to believe, isn't it? Pietro tittered softly, sadly. And yet the moment we placed her in your spine, she just woke up. His hands waved in a gesture he didn't quite understand. We still don't quite understand why it happened or how. She saved you. Make no mistake about that. If it weren't for her, you wouldn't have a body to come back to. You were clinically dead, after all. Something twitched in the back of Naruto's head. He clamped a hand over his right eye. Cold, silent, guts gripping in the dark. A memory. Lean on my shoulder. She has aura of her own now, naturally. Pietro prattled on, heedless of the proverbial landmine he'd just trod upon. That alone proves she has a soul of her own. Here at last, his jolly expression faltered. I'm not sure she'll like me telling you this, but I suspect it's related to her malfunction. His gaze flitted left, then right, as though expecting someone to barge into the room at any moment. When they didn't, he sighed. You see, her personality is based off a brain scan. The end of the day, she is a copy. That blood turned to ice. A copy of who? Penny? I could understand that. No, son. Pietro removed his glasses and began to clean them. Not Penny. My girl's one of a kind. That innocent remark sent said ice shooting down Naruto's fragile spine. Steele's mind was based off someone else. He actually dared to pause then. An unfortunate young woman who perished before she could become a huntress. Her name was... No. An awful ringing pierced his ears before Professor Polendina could finish. Naruto doubled over with a hiss, clutching at his head. A thin line of blood ran from his nose and baffled he dabbed at it. Steele's voice swept up in his skull before he could clean his face, drowning everything else out. No, no, no! Her words peaked into a wail. Why did you tell him? You said you wouldn't. For the first time in weeks, Naruto found himself caught flat-footed. It's been days, he answered quickly. You weren't responding. You were in pain, suffering. I wanted to help. She didn't listen. You lied to me! More static in his head. She's acting up, isn't she? Pietro's chair plodded forward. I feared this might happen. Dear girl, you need to calm down. No! Her voice warbled with a high note of distress. I don't want to go back. It hurts! It burns! I'm not real. I don't matter. Naruto sprang to his feet. You do matter. Listen to me. No, Steele whispered suddenly, clamping his ears shut. No, no, no! Her words trailed off in a squeal of static, and he felt something slam shut in his head, as if she'd thrown a wall between the two of them. And still the pain persisted. It burned through his veins like fire now, snarling into his very cell. She was still there. He could still feel her, but everything was muted, distant. His fingers felt numb, an awful aching wrongness that crept into the rest of him. Naruto stood stiffly. Thanks, Doc. Pietro frowned after him. What are you going to do? That's a silly question. A glowing iris peered over his shoulder. You already know? Yes, I suppose I do. Something that should have been done a long time ago. Call Penny. He handed him a scroll. I need her. Now. 0.0.0. Her sister was hurting. Penny did not like pain, least of all to see others suffering so. Steele was not quite her blood. She lacked such squishy things, but there could be no denying they shared a father. Even if their origins were different, Pietro had created them all the same. She had come first. Steel was second. That made them siblings, she the older and Steel the younger. Now her little sister was hurting, suffering from an old hurt she knew nothing about, and like any big sister, Penny was determined to help. When Naruto came to her with his plan, she consented immediately. How could she not? He knew a way to help Steel. And she? Well, she was combat ready. Until the day her aura gave out and her functions ceased to be, she swore it would always remain so. 0.0, Freya was still asleep. Fine by him. Naruto didn't need her to be awake for this. Still, he felt just a twinge of guilt as he approached the maiden's bedside. She looked so old, so frail. Like a single strong blow would shatter her into 1,000 pieces. In all likelihood, it would. The steady drone of medical equipment filled his ears as he crept closer. Penny was only a few steps behind. For once she'd fallen silent, almost eerily so. Sorry, Grandma, he muttered. I'll be quick. Gentle, he pulled the old crone from her cot, disconnected her from her equipment, and tucked her into his arms. She was light, too light. Little more than skin and bones now. She didn't even stir as he turned and marched out of the room. If it weren't for the faint rise and fall of her chest, he'd think her a corpse. She was so pale. James, he spoke once into his headset. I'm using the staff. Get ready. I don't think Freya has much longer left. A crackle of static answered, and then, blast! It can't wait? Not if his suspicions about Steel were correct. About whatever was attacking her through him. Or him through her. As though, triggered by that very thought, fire howled through his veins, tearing a wordless snarl from his lips. Penny caught him when he stumbled and helped him stand when his knees threatened to buckle. No, he said instead. Pretty sure someone's going to die at this rate. As you say. Come on, he grinned. Have a little faith. He cast one last glance at the frail biddy in his arms. Pain flared in his neck, burning his world red. Don't die on me now. His body flickered and the world fell away in a blur. 0.0. Freya felt herself slipping away. With each passing moment, she became a little weaker, lost just a bit more of her strength. Her aura began to slip away, taking her power with it. No, she railed against the darkness pressing in around her. Not yet. She'd not die yet. She had a job to do, a purpose to fulfill, a task to attend to. But the Reaper would not be forestalled. She felt someone lift her hand, pressed her palm to cool metal. Fevered flesh shivered as she felt a spark of something respond deep within her soul. Ah, the vault. Someone was using her to open the vault. That was good, wasn't it? A maiden just needed to touch it. Freya hadn't barely stirred, but the vault recognized her presence all the same. Great granite doors creaked open with ponderous grace. As they did, her eyes fluttered open and she saw someone. A boy bearing blonde hair and blue-violet eyes, rimmed by many circles. He gazed down at her, fraught with concern. Just stay with me. He spoke to her softly, like one of her grandchildren. You can rest after this. Who are you? A friend. His smile was the purest sunshine. We're going to help you after this. Just hang on. Such a good lad. He wanted to save everyone. She could see it in his eyes. Her heart lurched. And not in a good way. Grey crept in at the corners of her vision. Was this death? Was she dying? Ordinarily, such thoughts would have frightened her. But now she felt only peace. She was ready to go. Her family was waiting for her. She'd opened the vault. Surely that was enough. I think... Fresh pain flared in her chest. It's a bit too late for that, dear boy. Shit, the blonde swore. Her vitals are dropping. Penny! Here! Freya saw the girl enter her field of vision. She took her in at a glance, her bright orange hair and piercing green eyes. Such a sweet girl. What was her name again? He'd just said it, but her mind was so very fuzzy. Ah, she understood now. It all made sense. She must be the one. She had to be the one. There was no one else. But what about Winter? Wasn't she meant to give the power to Winter? Winter was ready, wasn't she? The frayed threads of her addled mind struggled to weave themselves together and failed. It had to be someone. It must be someone. Still, to choose? She latched onto the girl's wrist. Be better than I was, won't you? Penny blinked. Ma'am? Her thoughts split. Freya went gladly into that white light. And in that moment, that sliver of a second? Why, miracles had been forged from far less, have they not? 0.0. Oh! Penny's back arched. A soundless gasp fled from her lips. Green eyes burned with almighty jade flames. The Winter Maiden was dead. Long live the Winter Maiden. 2.0. In that precise moment, Winter jerked back to wakefulness. A plume of cold steam fled forth from her cold lips. Her left eye burned with vivid azure flames. She balked at her hands. How? 0.0. Naruto saw the precise moment when it happened. He felt the change in the air long before the temperature plummeted. Ice crept up his boots and he kicked his way free, balking a little as the storm raged. It guttered out thrice as quickly. Penny dropped to a knee beside him, her right eye burning with an eerie inner fire. The left remained quite normal. That wasn't normal, but he found he had no time to ponder it, because now she was looking at him, rather regarding the lifeless body in his arms. She's gone, isn't she? He laid Freya down with great care. She is. For the first time since he'd met her, Penny looked to be on the verge of tears. What is it? I just realized. She looked at him with sad eyes. I cannot cry. For a single wild moment, Naruto wanted to hug her, to tell the poor girl that this wasn't her fault. He opened his mouth to speak and a raw flash of pain stole his words away. No time. It had to be now. Whatever was affecting Steel was harming him. Given time, it might even kill him. He wasn't willing to take that risk, not when everyone had so much to lose. A more cynical soul might have dwelt on that, wondered who or what was causing it. He didn't. With Steel actively ignoring him, there was nothing he could do but advance. Just advance, until he reached his goal, until this madness was over. He could sleep later. It's not all there. Penny considered her palms with a frown. The power split somehow. Part of it went somewhere else. I can feel it, sense it, but Winter! Her eyes lit up, much to his confusion. The rest of it went to Winter. I can feel her. She gave him a puzzled little look and wrinkled her nose, regarding something he couldn't see. So strange. I shouldn't be able to sense her, and yet I can. Those lovely green orbs drifted shut for a moment. She's moving very quickly. Lovely. Winter would probably race down to the vault if she thought something was amiss. Moreover, he'd have to explain this to James. That wasn't a conversation he was going to enjoy. Blast it all. Freya wasn't meant to die. Were 2 half-maidens better than a full one? Something to ponder, he supposed. Whatever she'd wrought, she was gone from this world. There was no point in dwelling upon it now. Can you keep the vault open? He asked Penny. In response, she turned to regard the half-parted doors. They creaked ominously. Touched hand to the partially open aperture. You are going to use the staff? I am. He had a good inkling of what to use it for, too. Then I wish you luck. She saluted him with a cheery smile, then scooted in. Moi! Her lips alighted on his cheek. Again! Penny shoved him onward before he could protest. Naruto stalked up the steps, taking them 2 at a time. Another bout of pain rocked his body and he doubled over with a retching gasp. Blood spilled onto the steps. Endure! He grit his teeth as his right eye began to twitch. A voice laughed in the back of his head, a voice that didn't belong to him or Steel. He shoved it away. You've come this far. Don't falter now. This is nothing. Hurry! Penny's voice called behind him. The doors won't stay open for long. Naruto dove through the crack and found himself struck by the beauty of the vault. Rolling green pastures as far as the eye could see, it wasn't winter at all. It reminded him of a summer back in the elemental nations, warm and hot and fiery. He wasn't here for that, his eyes fixed on the staff at the center of it all. Weary legs carried him forward, and as he walked, he talked. Steel, I want a word. Go away. No. He wrestled her presence down when she tried to escape. You're not running away. Not this time. You don't want me, she whimpered, trying to pull out of his mental grasp. You don't need me. You're a liar. Just like consoling a small child, he found he had to coax her around to his way of thinking. In a sense, that was precisely what she was, he realized. Small wonder she'd panicked back there. Like any youngster, she'd hurt herself and lashed out in pain. It wasn't her fault. He didn't hold it against her in the least. I'm sorry if I upset you, he replied quietly. But I did it with the best of intentions. Her attention shifted just a little. I just wanted to help you. Honest. She sniffled just a little. Truly? Yep, I'm your partner after all. For an awful moment, she didn't answer. And then, I apologize. I have not been forthright with you. She was silent for a very long time, and he felt the nanites buzz in his bloodstream. There was a cost to create my consciousness. Her voice was surely smaller now, tiny little more than a whisper. As you know, Father used most of his aura to make and sustain Penny's soul. Unfortunately, that left him with precious little to give me. My core, that is to say, my mind, as you call it, had to be based off someone else. An ominous pale of silence pushed itself between them. Her brain scan was one of the few we had on file. I was the only successful trial. Naruto felt his throat close. Then what Pietro said was true. Yes, her name was Ciel Soleil. The words came haltingly, for she was loath to give them. She was a student of Atlas. She was my friend. My name is an anagram of hers. In his mind's eye, steel showed him. He beheld her, a girl with striking dark skin, short navy blue hair and startling blue eyes. A singular gold oval ornament rested in the center of her forehead, surrounded by 4 small circles. She wore a blue beret, a plain off-white golden button-down shirt with an asymmetrical collar, a blue combat skirt with black waistband polished off the outfit, accompanied by fingerless elbow-length black gloves and black shoes alongside white golden-buttoned boot chaps. She looked more like Pietro than Penny did. He didn't miss the past tense either. What happened to her? She went to the Vital Festival with my sister. Beacon was attacked. Penny expired. Naruto balked. Excuse me. Father rebuilt her. Steel bulled on, heedless of his shock. But Ciel, her body was never found. A pause, and her voice almost seemed to hitch for a moment. She was presumed dead quite some time ago. His heart twisted. Oh, Steel. I do not mind. Her voice broke just a little. I know I am not her. Not really. It's just, sometimes I feel these flashes, and I want... He nodded once. Creating a way to contact Kurama could wait. This was important. He reached out and gripped the staff. James knew the name and had granted it to him gladly. Now he called forth the spirit. Ambrosius! Smoke spilled from the staff and resolved into the shape of a remarkably fit blue man. Wreathed in golden chains and little else, he loomed large over him. Muscular forearms stretched towards the ceiling of the vault as he sprawled out in the air. Ah, Tilda! The blue being reclined with a languid sigh. Seems someone has come to engage my creative wiles. All I'll say is it better be worth it after my last project. A floating city. How pedestrian. Then he saw him and boomed a laugh. How amusing. In a flash, the jolly blue giant hovered before him. A man who is neither alive nor dead. That's not something you see every day. I'm going to assume that you know it's against the rules for me to bring people back from the dead. He twisted in the air, sprawling on his back. Can't kill anyone either. Not allowed. No worries there. A bitter chuckle escaped Naruto. I didn't summon you for that. I'm guessing you have some clever plan here. But know this. A finger stabbed at his chest. I will give you exactly what you ask for. His right eye flashed with inner light. Good. You do realize I can only create one thing at a time. Maybe so. Naruto's smile was just the wrong shade of vicious. But I've found a bit of a loophole. A ponderous silence passed between the two of them. The spirit of creation quirked a blue brow. Have you now? Naruto steeled himself. This was it then. Moment of truth. All or nothing. A once-in-a-lifetime gamble. The instant he put his theory to the test. If he was right, then everything would work out. If not, well, he wasn't sure he'd enjoy the outcome of this little disaster. Everything would fall apart, and Steel would be left to suffer in the back of his head. He wasn't sure what was tormenting her. A virus or something far more ghastly. As a matter of fact, he smiled. I have. You're the relic of creation, right? Ambrosius performed a slow loop in the air. Yes. You can't destroy life. You said it yourself. A soul counts as a life, right? Indeed. Ambrosius deigned to nod. It does. The genie blinked, comprehending his plan. Oh, you are a clever one. I like you. The gods probably won't, but still. A long blue finger wagged at him. You do realize you're essentially exploiting a loophole they never intended to create. This will have consequences. A snake of dread coiled in his gut. What kind of consequences? Can't really say. But they'll notice. Ominous, but didn't give a fig for deities. Naruto rolled his eyes. If they really were gods, they would know better. Fair enough. His palm flashed out, scroll in hand. James, I'm in the vault. He spoke quickly into it. Stand by with that gravity dust. This'll be rough. Then he turned his attention back to the spirit of creation. This is what I want you to do. He outlined his plan carefully, all while presenting him the schematics he'd been given by Pietro. No detail was spared. Ambrosius listened intently, never once interrupting. He wasn't sure how much time he spent there while Penny stood guard. It could have been minutes or hours, perhaps even a day. Whatever the length, it felt like an eternity. But in the end, he could only say so much. He said his piece and prayed it would work. It must work. It had to work. And that's it. Naruto told him what he needed. I have her schematics right here. If you can keep her connected to me, that'd be great. Kinda need her. Oh, he snapped his fingers. I may you to float the city again afterward, just as you did before. Depends if this works. Ambrosius reared back. A slow smile spread across his visage. Then ready yourself to witness my artistry. Steel perked up in Naruto's head. Hey, I feel funny. Blazing blue night burst from the blonde's neck and burned the world white. .0.0. Arthur jerked back as his console blazed blue. Error! Error. What in the world? .0.0. She could feel. Why could she feel? How very strange this feeling was. Bright blue eyes fluttered open. Blinked. Widened. She had eyes? Steele's mind whirled, struggling to make sense of everything. She failed, of course. But that was all right. Failure was fine. She could feel. Touch! Sensation! For the first time since her creation, she felt. She raised her hands because she had those now, and marveled at them, wriggling her fingers in a way she'd never been able to before. Her skin was dusky, and she took another moment to marvel at it. She looked like Ciel. No, she was Seal. For all intensive purposes, she resembled her so strongly as to be her twin. Ambrosius had been good for his word. She performed a quick twirl to regard herself with wide eyes. A strand of dark hair tickled her nose, and she reached up to touch that, too. So strange. Her mind felt split as if this was merely an avatar, yet she felt in a way she hadn't before. Steele, a familiar voice called to her. Are you okay? She pivoted, wobbled a little when her balance failed, and caught herself. Bright eyes fluttered in a blink. Naruto blinked back, staff in hand. Was this what he looked like? She'd always known, of course, but to see him from the outside was another, mattered entirely. He looked tired. One man stretched beyond his means and resources. There was only recourse. Target acquired. She took a sharp step backward and fell into a crouch, watching his eyes widen as she did. Nah! Naruto blinked. His face went pale. To Tilda. Don't you dare! His words peaked into a startled yelp as she hit him head-on. It was a very good tackle, Steele. No, Seal, thought to herself. She hit him hard and fast, the better to prevent his escape. Her head slammed into his chest as her arms swept around his neck, her feet physically leaving the floor in a sweeping dive. Naruto stumbled backward, planted his feet, caught her by the hips, swung her around once, then set her down. Not enough! Steele latched onto him again, burying her head against his jacket. The faint smell of linen reached her nose, mingling with his scent. She inhaled deeply, raised her head from the crook of his shoulder and grinned. Do hugs always make you feel this warm inside? Hey! He chortled softly. That's Penny's line. Seal blinked up at him. And? His grin grew. Come here, you! Naruto her close and she melted into his embrace. Her partner was warm. Very, very warm. Like a furnace given life. Even now she still felt connected to him. Feeling was such a strange thing. Bound by bond as much as blood. It felt wonderful, marvelous, amazing. Wait. She sniffed again, then pressed her head closer to his chest. What's that sound? His smile cracked a little. That's my heart, Steele. Or should I call you Ciel now? Either will do. She chirruped up at him. I like both names. Oh. Recognition dawned and she pulled away to frown down at her chest. Do I have a heart? He shrugged. You tell me. Seal closed her eyes. She felt blood pumping through her veins, aura mingled with nanites and more. When she focused, she was well aware of it all. But she couldn't feel it with all this fabric in the way. A scowl plucked at the corner of her mouth as she reached for the hem of her shirt. No, no, no! Naruto grabbed her by the wrist. Nope, don't do that here. Why not? She frowned at him. But I wish to feel my heartbeat. Do that later. You nearly gave me an eyeful of your chest. And? Naruto made a choking noise. She wondered why. Thankfully, someone saved him the indignity of explaining. A sharp laugh burst out of him. Not bad, huh, Tilda? Ambrosius snapped his fingers, looking insufferably smug. I used her robot parts just as you asked, but she's mostly human now. I dare say she's one of a kind. He drifted closer, chin perched upon his hands. I even kept the connection between the two of you. His grin said it all. Feel free to praise me at your leisure, mortal. Steele sketched a bow. Thank you. 1,000 times thank you. Naruto beamed up at him. You're a right miracle worker. Naruto grinned. Penny! Come see your sister. Oh dear. Now it was Steele's turn to blanch. A sharp cry echoed from the stairs. Steele had all of an instant to blanch before an emerald missile slammed into her flank. Strong arms enfolded her from behind and crushed her against Naruto's chest. For his part, the blonde simply reached around her and swept her into the embrace as well. Crushed between the two of them, the startled cyborg could only squirm in surprise. Her eyes stung. Did tears feel like this? Her chest felt strange and she couldn't manage a proper breath. It emerged as a hiccup instead. Is it really all right for me to be here? Sure is. Naruto pulled her close. Don't doubt that for a second. So, this was what it felt like to cry. She scrubbed furiously at her face and they only held her tighter. Of course, that made her cry all the more. Tears of joy rolled down her face, stripping away the last of her defenses. It was too much. Surely she didn't deserve to be this happy, let alone have a body of her own. Yet she'd been granted all that and more. This life was hers. A life. Hers. All hers. And then Penny piped up. Me next. Do me next. Ambrosius rolled his eyes. Such a brutal taskmaster. Very well. Hold still. And the world swelled with green light. If you have enjoyed this part, consider subscribing to the channel and leaving a like on the video. The support is going to help me continue to make what-if videos, especially with me returning to studying.